Councilman Espinosa. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Carlisle.
The chair is here and observes a quorum. I apologize for my tardiness. Last week threw me for a loop and everything got compressed into Monday. I know everybody here loves a good Monday, and that's what today has been. Right. Happy Monday. All right. We have several divisions on today's agenda. I want to appreciate everyone in the administration for changing around. We're trying to balance it, these things throughout the week. And when we looked at what we had on the agenda today, especially with the multiple quasi-governmentals going into a council day tomorrow, I could just see we were stacking heavy. So thank you for doing that. And without further ado, we'll get right into communications.
Penelope Houston, 125 North Main. So this is the communications budget for fiscal year 2025. And the very simple communications org chart. Some of our strategic priorities, obviously one of the top things that we want to do is start shifting the narrative for our city, right? We want to clearly communicate all city priorities. And we plan to better utilize all of our platforms, digital, social, event, and we plan to do that to support all of our divisions. We also want to create a more transparent dialogue with the public and our partners, and we're aligning staff to do that. We're going to realign our advertising budget to serve more city divisions. So what we want to do is we want to work like an ad agency for the rest of the city and actually promote throughout the entire city. Exactly. We also want to activate more channels. We've had a tendency to run heavy on traditional media. We are activating on social in a more strategic way. We've grown our Instagram interaction since I got here in January by about 400%, about 200%, a little over 200% on Facebook, and 150% on LinkedIn. We've also grown overall reach by about followers by about 15,000. We want to utilize earned media opportunities. We've had so far earned media opportunities in USA Today, CNN, MSN, BET, Forbes, all the major local stations, positive stories about Memphis by utilizing those channels. And we also want to collaborate with our strategic partners. That includes you guys. It also includes tourism, the chamber, Choose 901, the schools, the county, and community partners. I think this is pretty clear, and we'll talk about the changes in a couple of slides. So on our program comparative spending slide, you'll just see the difference between the proposed budget and fiscal year 25 is up for about 63,000, and we'll go over that in the next 2 pages. On the next slide, you can see where most of that comes from. It comes from the ADC obligation to the pension, 32,000 of that, 16,000 for the salary adjustments. We do intend to take part-time salaries down. The largest change in our materials and supplies budget would be that 33,000 more that we're asking for in advertising. But again, we intend to do much more heavy lifting with that budget than what we did last year. No change in revenue. Revenue is reimbursement from the print shop. No changes on personnel. If we look at the major M&S expenditures, you'll see that that advertising is the bulk of that budget, right? And we have asked for a little bit more this year. Again, we are going to be doing more of the advertising and marketing for the entire city, not just the particular initiatives that came out of communications. miscellaneous professional services, and you'll see more of that on the next page, but largely creative services vendors. Outside printing, even though we do have, one of the absolute best print shops probably in the entire city, there are some things that we have to do outside. Rewards and recognition, I think all the rest of it's very clear. And then if we look at, the spending on professional services, Memphis Brand Initiative, which is working on helping to change the narrative for the city of Memphis, Spotlight Production, which is video production and editing, the awards for the Ovation, the location for the Ovation, more video production and marketing that also has to do with Ovation Awards, and then AV to support some of the rest of our AV needs. And if you have questions,
So I've got Dr. Warren. Who else was in the queue, guys? All right, Logan. All right, so Warren, Logan, I've got one quick question. So this is an overarching question, and this is, you mentioned the term ad agency, and this is prior to you coming into this position, but it's something we have to talk about. So for me, I look at just to open up your ad agency before you've paid rent, turned on the utilities, or done anything, I've got overhead of somewhere around $1.3 million for 13 employees. So, and then on top of that, we're contracting out to the tune of another probably $400,000. So just before we've even flipped the lights on, we're at $2 million to run your 13-person ad agency. What do I get for that? And that's and again, this was a ramp up to which you inherited. And so I guess my challenge in this question to you is how do you justify keeping that overhead, and what's the direct and indirect benefit that people can see for that?
Absolutely. Let's talk about how the department was founded. None of these people were new City of Memphis employees. They were all pulled from other divisions. So they would have existed, their positions would have existed. They were just being underutilized by being placed all around the rest of the city. Some of them were in HR, some of them were actually in general services, and they were just reformatted. So it isn't adding any expense to the budget. They existed before. They are now just reporting through a different structure. And by allowing them to report through a different structure, we're able to actually improve the economies of scale. We're able to actually keep them on task on that particular function more strategically.
Well, they were consolidated under the prior administration. I guess my question is and they at times they quarterbacked with somebody in another division. I guess what I'm trying to understand is
what are we doing different this year?
Yeah, what are we doing
okay,
different? Because
sure.
what I would tell you is that I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's everything you said is a fact. So let's make sure we stipulate that. That's fact. The question then became is who was on first, and how was the message being coordinated? What was going? So again, it's kind of like we are a $1 billion entity, a multi-billion dollar entity. So you can't say that 13 people probably isn't justified in the ratio of coverage. But it still just goes back and begs the question, like, what is your team? You had your, this is our org chart, but at the end of the day, like, what is your team ultimately going to do? Are they creative content? Are they mass communications? Are they internal comms? Are they graphic design?
Right. So we have an internal comms person who handles all internal comms. We have a couple of people who are in external comms, both on media relations and social. We have 3 designers, and we have someone who is currently working as a designer and also doing all of the media booking, and he also does that media planning for many other divisions.
Okay. All right. And one more thing, and I'm going to go to the queue. Here's what I would really like to see, because this is not you. This is the trouble of this. No, I like that we consolidated. It makes more sense, right? It's more C-suite oriented. But here's the rub, is who gets what, when, and how do they pay for it, so to speak. So Antonio, or I guess Mr. Jemisin's division now, has to build that work. So I can track who's getting what in that level of service and the expense recovery. And so I can see who's really draining the comms department. I'd be willing to bet you if I could go back with a forensic pen and look at the last administration, one division, the executive division, was probably the most significant drain on the comms team. And so, and I'm not saying that the mayor doesn't need it. I mean, he is responsible for administrating, communicating, and he is the face of the majority of our government. So I do get that. But
I love the question.
Yeah, but this is important because, again, when we're facing the tax increase, and I'm surprised Chairman Smiley hadn't hit the queue yet, and coordination of message, which is something you were talking about. It's like who is getting what support services and who is kind of on their own, and why aren't we looking at it that way?
Everybody is getting support services. We've already started a roadshow around the divisions saying, how can we help? How can we support? What are your key messages? I've also broken down what I hope is the proposed advertising line item budget through key initiatives that cross all of our best interests and to help raise the water level to raise all ships. So we've already broken that budget down. We've started the tour. We want to work with everyone so that we can say this is what it is. We also are implementing purchase order so that we know what we are.
So then why does the police department have commissioned officers as comms people?
I believe because of their, same with fire, I think they have the technical expertise that says this is what we need, but we will be working with them much closer to make sure that we are using the economy of scales to book.
But this is where I'm going. This is, again, I hope you don't feel like I'm coming after you. I'm not.
No, I don't know.
But this goes back to, so you have a 13-person comms team that's not really for everybody because you have certain divisions that are getting their own comms people. And the reality is like, that's what I don't have visibility into. And like, it's finance is similarly set up, right? We have to share people that they're like, this is my budget person, but they move around. And my challenge back is not just to you, it's also would be to the first responding departments at a time in which we continually have conversations about who should be doing what. If you're going to truly be the comms team, then I don't need a duplicative role, especially if that person is a post-certified commissioned officer when I'm searching for every shield on the ground. So I would send that. The reason I'm bringing it up with you is because ultimately, to your point, they should be coming back your way. But if you and Chief Davis disagree, the mayor obviously can be the arbitrator if he wants to be, but it just kind of goes back to, I'm not sure that it's full services the way I'd like to see it. And again, I think it may be something that we'll circle back as we get through budget season. I've taken up way too much time. I've got Warren, Logan, and then Chairman Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 15, can you explain a negative 150,000? Is that just a carry forward? How does that work? What is that?
Yeah, that is expense recovery for the print shop.
And that's the print shop printed, and from the other divisions we got paid.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all. Good afternoon. This is not as high level, but in the revenue, are we able to monetize social media?
Are we able to monetize it?
Like, do we have anyone that's dedicated to social media posting? They're going viral. You have advertising,
Yes.
and that's monetizing.
Well, we have no revenue opportunities there, but we are definitely, for the first time, we're using social media as part of our advertising mix and as a strong part of our advertising mix. We will be starting in July, which will help us reduce the overall cost of that.
So I know a lot of people are going viral on Memphis.
Yeah.
And they're monetizing their social media. And so I didn't know if we were able to do that.
Because of the kind of account we are, we're not able to do that.
Okay. Second thing, are you looking at, what is the plan for community engagement around communications for the city of Memphis? You have community reporters that are plugged in, that you all are community partners or reporters that bring you information.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've been doing since day one is working with all of the news media in Memphis. And as you probably have seen, we are seeing a shift, that the tone is getting kinder, and we do believe that is working. But we are also working every day to plant stories and to feed the reporters with the kind of stories that we'd like to see. And that is how we've grown that earned media segment by so much, including all of the national media that we've gotten.
Okay. All right. I like that change. I'm glad you all are meeting with them and changing. The last thing, I think it's kind of what Chairman was talking about, but I wanted to know, we talked about it before in terms of the way in which we report or the way crime is dealt with in our city. And I didn't know that the police department had a separate communications department. That might be why it's a little different. But are we looking to, and does this budget reflect increasing the community's awareness of what's going on like we did during COVID?
Yes, in fact, we just last week announced 2 new dashboards that have to do with crime, and they're interactive and updated daily, but one of them is a weekly, week-over-week pandemic level response to crime dashboard, and I'd be happy to share that with you.
Okay, and that includes video or
That is
for
just
some people that are
is
not
just
savvy.
Yeah, it's just a link to a dashboard.
Okay. Do you have anything? You know how you could tune in live every day at a certain time and hear reporting an update. That type of level.
Yeah, we don't have that scheduled right now, but it's certainly something that we could look into.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to hear more about what you all, the specifics of what you have planned in this budget. Thank you.
All right, Chairman Smiley.
All right. Thank you. Quick question. How many comms folks does the county have? Do you know?
I don't know how many they have. I don't know.
Councilwoman Green?
2.
All right. What I'm getting, so I just don't.
But again, like we said, our people weren't comms. They were pulled from all over the rest of the city.
Okay. So
and
does
just
any,
amalgamated them.
okay, does any other department have people who handle press release and comms and social media? I know, what departments have social media, comms, press specific vote?
Well, I know that multiple departments have social media. All press releases should be going through our
So what's the
office.
point of the digital coordinator? Does the digital coordinator work with the other entities, social media folks, or they just operate independently?
The digital media people that are in comms work on all of the broad city comms and then assist with any others.
You said digital media people. What I'm looking at is one digital coordinator.
The digital coordinator.
The
But then
digital coordinator. So what does the communications media manager?
the communications media manager deals with creating all of the outgoing press releases. They also are helping to clear the TPRA backlog of requests into the TPRA. And
I'm gonna ask you another question. What does the senior communications manager do?
the senior communications manager does a lot of things. She acts as our new agency lead, so coordinating with all of the departments. She also is running all of marketing for parks.
Okay, so let me ask you this. It seems to me that some of these roles could be merged. We have, not gonna put her in the light today. We have a senior analyst. She serves a council person directly. She does our social media page. She helps with our comms plan. She does a number of jobs. And the nicest way that I can say it seems like some of these roles could be combined. Just me talking off the top of my head, just hearing you explain what the current roles are. And let me ask you about the printer too.
Two printers.
Two printers. Do they work in the mailroom?
They do. They work in print shop mailroom.
Okay. And then, so you got creative print supervisor.
And he's a graphic designer and also manages that team. But graphic design for the entire city of Memphis, including all divisions.
So he does the graphic design for police too?
He does some graphic design for anyone that comes through the department, and sometimes that is police, sometimes that is fire, sometimes that is parks.
All right. So does the creative print supervisor? What about the printing mail supervisor?
So we have 3 people who work in the print shop, mail shop, and they all 3 work on jobs all day long. As we all know, we're printing any number of things, including for public works.
So, all right, here's my question. Creative print supervisor, and then there's a designer. What does the designer do?
In the print,
So do they create the actual, do they design it?
They create, so we have 3 people that can work as graphic designers. One of those is also doing all media buying and management of the studio. But the 3 graphic designers work on, and one of them is called a creative supervisor, but they all have those skills and they all work on graphic design as needed by the city of Memphis, including all things like everything that you see on the digital boards, everything that gets placed on either social or traditional media, everything that gets prepared, including letterhead and logos and print materials for all the divisions.
So I'm gonna get back to my point. I really do believe some of these positions could be merged into one. I just think it's prudent upon this body to look at every organization for what they actually provide for the city of Memphis, and if we could find savings, we take the necessary steps to save. We got to make some difficult decisions. And if we don't, we're looking at a significant tax increase that your constituents are speaking to, very frankly. I'm not sure if it's this division or another division, but we do got to find some savings. And to be quite frank, I do believe some of these roles could be merged into one. The county that represents 1 million people have significantly less. We already provide funding to, I think, external folk who help carry the message out. So I'm just not sure that we need, I think it's 13, 14 employees to say, here's what's going on in the city of Memphis, especially when we have so many other agencies outside. We have Memphis Brand Initiative, we have Memphis Tourism, we have a lot of folks telling the story of Memphis. And I think when Chief Fouché was in this role, what I asked her to do is to do a better job of telling the story of Memphis as opposed to what's going on in the city, as opposed to what's going on within city government.
Well, and I do think that that's what you'll see that we've already done. And as I stated earlier, USA Today, CNN, MSN, BET, Forbes, since I got here, we've had positive stories in all of those national outlets. I couldn't do what I'm doing without that team. I know it may seem to, I'd love you to come and sit with us, but because I know it seems like a lot of people compared to 2.
Yeah, what may be helpful is when we get time, because I do want to keep the operations are key to your group, just because it's heavy personnel and then contracts, which usually I don't like to get into much of the ops of things, but I think what would be helpful at this point, because I do want to get to other council members, is I don't want to call it a flow chart, but I'd like to see how a standard origination would start within a department and flow through yours. I think that would be helpful. And I will say this, I think your department looks more structured like a lot of professional services firms by title. And titles are usually what they are, is they're an indication of someone's salary range more than they are kind of job description. And
I can't control the titles.
Yeah, right. That's you get my point.
Yeah, so some people's jobs don't directly.
But I think to Councilman Smiley's point, where you're looking at it is you're like, if you're going to hire a Memphis Brand or you're going to hire any other third-party services firm, it's kind of like, well, why stop at 13? Why not cut it back to 10, save the ADC, right? There's a relationship between contract services and then just management. And so I think, like I said, I want to get to other members. I think that flow chart would be helpful at just kind of seeing how that originates and then understanding where the duplicative roles might be. I mean, it may, like I said, it may not be in the comms department. It may be the council going to other departments and saying so-and-so's got to go back to what they were doing before. I'd call that a realignment. Councilwoman Walker, and then Green, and then I've got Councilwoman Logan, because she's already had a chance in the queue. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that I didn't have anything to do with you changing communications to today, but I'm glad it's today because I'm not going to be here Wednesday. But you and I have talked multiple times, and one of the hats that I have worn for 20 years, and, you know, we lead these multiple lives, and that's marketing and branding and PR. And I like your ideas about moving forward and the earned media that you have garnered so far this year. That's great. And with these different positions, and there are suggestions being made that we could, eliminate some of these. But what Memphis needs is design, graphic design from a marketing perspective. Most of the collateral that I see coming out of the different divisions, it's not good. It's just okay. And so because of the technology, and we have these various platforms from which we can do flyers and other things, everyone thinks they're a graphic designer, but that doesn't make you a graphic designer. Everything is a science, and so graphic design is a science as well. Yes. And I'll start at home. So the city council page, this is the wall picture on the city council page on Facebook. Who do you see? You see Patrice. Looks pretty good. You see Cheyenne, but it's the previous council. And we took our group picture when?
About 3-4 months ago.
So I did make an inquiry within this office, and I was told that the photographer is touching the picture up. And so I don't know how long it needs to take to touch a picture up. That's just one example, and I'm not going to go long, but I had a couple of other things.
I do think maybe y'all's picture has been done. I mean, we were looking for it for the website. I think it may be.
But it's May, and we took the picture, what, December, January? Okay. So what I would like to see is, and we may have this already, do we have a universal calendar for in-house for all of the divisions? Because we had 2 tours going. We had the One Memphis tour going, and then MLGW had their tour going, and that was one of the dates overlapped, and then MLGW said that they would just pause theirs, and I think they paused for some other reasons too, but they would just pause theirs. But if we had a universal calendar where you could just go to the calendar and see what's on there, and we wouldn't have these schedule conflicts, but we should not be promoting, divisions should not be promoting events that are conflicts,
Agreed.
Schedule conflicts to each other. A flyer went out about the One Memphis tour. It did not have the mayor's name on it. And this is not her fault, her department, but it's just not acceptable. You have a flyer to go out for the One Memphis tour, and the mayor's name is not on it, and the time is incorrect. And that flyer circulated for at least 10 days before that was caught and corrected. And we need to promote Memphis to Memphians. We need to promote Memphis to Memphians, and that's going back to that intersectionality between the design and the marketing. And Mr. Chair, he was asking about, could someone help with the MPD website? Because I asked Chief Davis, she was talking about the website, and I asked her, could IT help with that? And she said no, because they had people in-house. I guess maybe as it relates to the information, but seems like there still could be a collaboration where we wouldn't need a lot of so much in different departments. And then I would just like for us to have a consistency with the collateral be of a minimum quality, and it's too much collateral that's looking homemade and is representing the city. It's representing the city of Memphis. And y'all know I campaigned on closing the information gap. And so ultimately, that's what we want to do. We want to get the information out. We want to get it out timely. We want it to look good, because when it looks a certain way, it resonates a certain way, and it is more effective. And I'll just close with that. And I yield the floor.
Thank you. I've got Councilwoman Green. Well, I got to get to Cooper Sutton, then Logan. So Green, then Cooper Sutton, then Logan. I think then we'll start rolling back.
Thank you, Chair. I think to Councilman Smiley's point that job descriptions would be helpful so that we can see not just the workflow, but maybe in the description itself if there is overlap. And I have a couple of questions. On your materials and supplies, you have $23,000 for rewards and recognitions, and in one spot, in another spot, So on page 7, it's in parentheses as if it's being taken out for 20,000.
We're cutting down the amount by that was budgeted.
So what, it used to be 43,000? Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to get real close. I know.
Okay, sorry about that. That's the reduction. The 20 is the reduction.
So can you tell me what rewards and recognitions are? Are these like little plaques and things that we give out at
Ovation.
employee
Yeah.
events?
So we have one major event that recognizes City of Memphis employees, and that's the Ovation Awards in October. And you'll see it's a pretty budget intensive event, but it's really one of the most important events for the City of Memphis because it does allow employees from every division to be recognized for their excellence and their commitment to our city. And we just think we can do this in a better way. We think we can cut down the amount that we're spending, but still get the quality and the individual praise that we need to give each one of these
Okay,
people.
I just wasn't clear to me
It's
whether that
confusing.
was rewards and recognitions for your department or for the city as a whole.
Yeah.
And I think some of my confusion, and maybe my colleagues as well, when we're talking about all these different positions, is your division is not represented in my budget book. I don't have a section on communications. I don't know if I'm the only one. I have this handout that you've given me out here today, but I don't see it in here. So that's not your fault, Penelope. It's not your fault. But I think also, in addition to job descriptions, if we had a breakdown of the pay for these different positions, that would also give us a little bit more detail. And normally I'd be able to see that.
Councilwoman, it is in the budget book at the legal level. It's S101500, legal level communications.
It's a part of the
in the
executive
general
division.
fund.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
But it is
that
at a
was
legal
the-
level, so your point is well founded. It's not broken out in
Yeah.
detail because that's really a service center or legal level
Right.
versus a full division.
Yeah.
And this just happened to be the one division within executive that actually did not get an opportunity to present originally.
Yeah, that's fine. I just to make things a little more clear, I think that would be helpful. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then to Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilwoman Green answered one of my questions about the miscellaneous. And the second, I would like to make a suggestion. As Chairman Smiley and all my colleagues are asking about the descriptions and the roles that are being played, I would like to come and spend some time to see what each one of them do. And I can come back to my colleagues and tell them what they're doing and show them. And so I will get my analyst to schedule an appointment because as a person in finance, when you're budgeting and you want to budget well and you're budgeting this, you always look for cuts. And that's a good budgeting. Not that we're trying to eliminate anybody's job or their means of living, but there has to be some cuts somewhere with this budget if we're looking at taxes. And so our constituents need to see that we are really looking, deep diving into all of this, just not your division and just not the mayor's division, but every division. There is going to have to be some cuts. And that also allows people to see that we are really trying to manage a good budget when you want a good budget. So I'm going to have someone and we will get in contact
We would
with
love
you.
that.
All 13 of
Thank
them.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
We would love it.
Thank you,
I
Councilwoman
yield the
Logan.
floor.
Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to circle back to make certain that I was clear. I'm more so interested in what you all do. I'm glad that we're leveling up and, really going to have a robust communications department division. That's what we've been asking for. But I'm not quite sure I understand exactly what you'll be doing and how that'll impact the narrative of Memphis, which I'm really, that's my concern. I really want to see us in a healthier light and have a better relationship, better PR, and a better relationship with the news outlets. And I'm glad you're doing that on a national level and want to see that trickle down to the local level as well as Memphians as a whole. What is the message that we're going to be sharing? And secondly, because I didn't know that the Ovation Awards was in this department. So not really sure what all is included in communications. I'm thinking, just mainstream communications. I didn't know Ward was in there, but I get it. The other thing was if, knowing the difference between Memphis Travel, Tourism 901, all these other organizations or nonprofits, are y'all collaborating? Are we all saying one message? Because we've given money to some of them, and I don't think we need to be putting money in a whole lot of different places that's saying a whole lot of different messages, and some that we're not all together on.
Yeah.
So who's leading the charge in the messaging for Memphis? And if it's not you all, who is it that, so we'll all know. And then do you have two different functions? Are you sharing what the city of Memphis is doing in terms of employees and the government? And are you promoting Memphis? Are those your two functions?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's really where we're starting to do things differently, because I think historically we've really only sort of leaned into the what are we doing as a municipality and what are we doing in city government. We are sort of broadening that to try to share and elevate some of those positive stories. And so we've started doing collaborative posts with some of those other organizations that have positive stories to share and trying to amplify those using our big megaphone. When it comes to who is running point on brand, that's a little harder. Yes, there are multiple agencies that are responsible for these big brand issues in Memphis. You named many of them, right? So Memphis Brand Initiative, which is really working on that narrative piece. They also are trying to pull people through the funnel to get people into the talent portal and into engagement in Memphis. You've got Memphis Tourism, which is working on just what it sounds like, tourism, bringing people here to engage, to go to concerts and movies and dinner and stay overnight, right? So they're working on that kind of engagement. But we also have lots of other organizations that are working on really important segments of the brand. And I would say that is everyone from Choose 901 to St. Jude and Methodist Le Bonheur. They're talking about Memphis in a way that helps to elevate what Memphis is and the kinds of things that people can expect here. And that healthcare industry is so important, and the medical breakthroughs so important to the Memphis brand. Then you have FedEx talking about global delivery and all the things that make up Memphis. So on the brand front, there are many stories, but ours is to be a unifier and a collaborator. So we want to help uplift all of those different stories and tell that full narrative of Memphis.
And you all can come back, or we'll talk about it later. I know we can't talk about it right here, and I get what you're saying, and all of that does add to your brand, but who is setting the bar for us so we all can say, have one thing, have one message going out in several different methods. So we can talk about it later, or you can come back to committee.
Yeah, I think it's just I'll have I've worked with a lot of those groups, and like the DMC, and that it's such a loaded question. It's almost, and I hate to say it because one is so serious, both are serious, but it's like group violence intervention. Is everyone has their legal entities and silos, and so the best you almost can hope for is a constant summit and partnership building. But at the end of the day, everybody kind of looks out for their own kitty. So like Memphis Brand is a contract of ours. It's not like they receive grant dollars. Memphis Tourism, has their bucket. The River Parks Partnership has theirs. The DMC has theirs. And the Grizzlies has theirs, and FedEx. And so everybody tries to kind of tell their story, but there's no setting agency because very few of them receive any taxpayer dollars. The ones that you could have a more stern, heavy-handed conversation with would be those contract agencies or quasi-governmentals that receive taxpayer funding to say, this is the message that's important. And the only reason I'm weighing in is because I've been in the room when those groups there's tried to be this
We have tried.
collaboration, but inevitably it is very hard to get organizations to go 100% all in on a joint mission. They're always looking out for their downside risk, and it's kind of the same old battle, which is frustrating to hear, but it doesn't mean that I agree with that. And I was gonna say, it doesn't mean that the mayor can't be more heavy-handed or behind the scenes vocal about what he wants to see. And I'm sure Mayor Young would like to, but I think it's a very fair question. Yeah. I just am expressing my frustration because it's something that we've been trying and trying and trying.
I just know getting the community behind what the mayor and what we're saying will go a long way. You know, from yard signs to T-shirts to all of that. You know, the more you see what we're wanting to go out, everybody else can have what they say. They pay for it. They can say what they want to say. But the message that the city, you know, who the voters voted in and who they, you know, pay their taxes to and all that. So, like I said, we'll talk offline because I do think there's a lot more that we can do to push the message forward.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. And then we're going to close up.
An area that's dear to my heart is blight.
Me too.
That's also an area that our mayor has been talking about as he's going through the One Memphis, One tour.
Right.
I'm hoping and asking if our communications division could do something creative with one of the graphic analysts or designers to design something. We used to have years ago, give a hoot, don't balloot. It could be something.
And we have started that already. Blight is something that we already have in our plan, is going to get a percentage of the budget. We are working on a cleaner, greener, safer strategy, and blight is at the top of that list. So
Something
absolutely.
with a snazzy title that we could have billboards, commercials, social media. Something.
Absolutely. And we've started working on, we have a little 15-second reel that you may or may not have seen that talks about 311 and how to get a project, how to report something in 311 and how it goes through the process. And that's part of what we want to do is we want to start.
I'm talking about something like when you go to the store, don't throw down your potato chip bag.
No.
Education programs.
Absolutely. And we'll get to all of that to stop the litter campaigns, but we are working on all of those.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. All right. Thank you, Chief Huston.
It's Houston.
It's Houston.
It looks like Huston.
Huston.
Yeah, that's
Huston.
right.
Houston. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
A lot of good questions. I think as follow-ups, just to before you get out of here, I know Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's going to come down, want to talk about getting some sort of flow chart and then job descriptions. And then I think the other thing that might be beneficial, and you can tell us if it's premature, but I think anybody, I mean, you know this because you've been doing it for so long, but I don't know if I don't know, we'll talk about it, but basically your marketing plan, like your chart, like your calendar, right? Well, I don't know that you want to release it out totally, but because I know some things you like to launch, but I think that would be helpful because then council members could get it and say, hey, I saw that you're going to launch a Stop the Litter program, and you guys are going to run it up on TV and radio and this, that, and the other. It'll give council members a chance to review it and then come meet with you and give feedback and vice versa. Might be very helpful.
What we can give right now is we can give the breakdown of what of the timing and what
I think that would be helpful. I think
and then
people would appreciate
without
that.
actual campaigns plugged in, but just this kind of campaign. It's blight, it's police.
And again, I think that'll be good. Members will want to know, hey, you're doing a citywide campaign for Back the Blue. We got it. Okay. Hey, you're doing a Stop the Litter program, but when are you coming down to District 4 and what's your plan for social media and this? I think members would appreciate that and honestly want to help and pitch in, utilizing, their platforms, et cetera. So,
thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Get out of here. City Attorney's Office. Thank you. I guess we're virtual with Chief Gibson. And then we got in the flesh, Seersucker Sunday coming in on a Monday. Mike Fletcher, come on down. You sound like a retired attorney down in Mississippi. There she is. And if this doesn't go off without a hitch, we can squeeze this in elsewhere. And I can condense it down pretty rapidly. Chief Gibson, if you can give us a mic check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'm ready. Everything's moving slowly. Can you see me okay?
Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you fine. Don't get too caught up in if the slide is not moving as quickly. We've got it on paper here. So just kind of keep moving and we'll reference our hard copies.
Okay, thank you so much. Tanera Gibson, Chief Legal Officer, 125 North Main, presenting the FY25 operating budget request for the City Attorney's Office. Both general funds and Metro Alarm funds, two different legal levels. Let's see if I can, let's see if I can get there. Okay. All right, so going through our org chart, like I said, we have two legal levels. Metro Alarm is its own legal level. For the city attorney's level, we have our city attorneys who include, lawyers who review public records, city prosecutors, lawyers prosecuting code violation and defending sort of a plethora of lawsuits, claims that are pre-suit, pre-litigation claims, potholes, car accidents, and things like that we try to resolve before they enter litigation, risk management, which sort of protects the assets of the city through loss prevention, and insurance, procuring insurance and things of that nature, franchise litigation. We handle delinquent collections. That falls under us with respect to speeding tickets, for instance, court costs and things of that nature with the city court clerk. Our permits office issues permits such as beer and special events permits, and they're in charge of regulating certain ordinances, like the tow ordinance, but that's a work in progress, as we all know. Also, the ethics office, that's our chief ethics officer, falls under our division, and she's selected by the ethics board, which falls under our purview pursuant to ordinance. Okay, so some of our strategic priorities. Earlier I heard a lot of mention about blight. We're implementing from a public safety perspective a more aggressive blight litigation approach by hiring additional lawyers to sort of do a broader approach so that we're not so burdened. We have a partnership with a legal clinic, our in-house city prosecutors, blight prosecutors, and our city attorney assigned to public works. We also, review all the contracts, facilitate the procurement process, work with OBDC. We participate in the MAPS program and the Memphis Bar Association Summer Law Intern Program to promote youth development, always looking for opportunities to work with the youth and provide opportunities for exposure to the legal profession. Again, from a clean and attractive neighborhoods perspective, we handle our sort of base level code violations and work with code enforcement, public works in that regard. We are engaging the Department of Justice in the pattern and practice review and matters of policing. We provide counsel to all the divisions on just about any matter imaginable. And again, like I mentioned during our org chart, we handle risk, loss prevention, and we try to provide good customer service, and that's sort of been a focus for me since I've started. So our highlights, we reviewed 2,000 contracts and gotten them out the door. Public records of 2,300 that have been submitted. We've closed 1,911. That's a big deal for me. I'm working very hard to clear out our backlog and get on track with the public records requests. 250 legal matters that we're working on. We've closed over 100 claims and issued almost 4,000 permits. With respect to our expenditures request, you'll see from fiscal year 2024 that there is an increase, in requested increase in our budget. A lot of that is personnel services. When I was confirmed, I advised the council or mentioned to this body that one of my goals would be to staff up the city attorney's office, and by doing that, trying to find the money to increase salaries to make our office more competitive so that we can hire more lawyers, so that we could reduce our vacancies and staff us all the way up was the goal from the outset. So between the salary increases that we implemented, and I hired 5 new lawyers since I started in January, with including benefits and pension ADC, we're looking at an increase of about 18.8% in the personnel line. And the biggest increase you'll see in our materials and supplies will be with respect to an increase in insurance. Looks like it's going to be about insurance premiums. It's going to be about $2 million. It's sort of a cost out of our control based on market volatility and increased assessment. So you'll see the biggest jump would be with respect to materials and supplies, and you'll see that a little bit later. Grants we reduced to try to mitigate some of the increase by $75,000. We only had one grant to the law school's Neighborhood Preservation Act clinic, and just based on actual expenditures, we were able to reduce that grant, reduce the amount that we're proposing to budget for that grant. Same here, one legal level, city attorney level, the increase, 19.1% increase over last year. Now, this does not account for last week, Deputy DC Fletcher appeared with a budget amendment we requested for FY24 based on increased litigation expenses. So the actual increase over last year, if this body so approves, our budget amendment will be significantly less, because $750 of it would, be tacked on to the adopted budget for FY24. So again, looking at our year-over-year changes in expenses, and you'll see an increase in full-time salaries consistent with the representations I made during confirmation, which accompanied by the increase in pension ADC. We were able to reduce some part-time salaries that have been underutilized. We hadn't really hired much part-time personnel, although I'd prefer not to rule that out, but as of now, that's something we felt comfortable cutting. Again, our insurance rate increase is significant, about 30%. Legal services and court costs, for the most part, that's relating to our share of the court costs and expenditures with respect to collecting delinquent taxes. Compliance monitoring, we reduced by $400,000. That relates to the current monitoring situation we have pending in court right now, not the DOJ. And those fees are governed by the judge. The judge dictates those numbers. But based on actual billing, we were able to cut $400,000 from that line. And again, $75,000 was reduced from our grant to the law school based on our current contract. Revenue, we don't really generate revenue. No one likes the lawyers in that regard. But we do receive $25,000 per fiscal year from the Metro Alarm Division because we provide legal counsel to them. And so they include that as an expenditure in their budget and transfer it to the city attorney's budget. With respect to personnel, we have some vacancies listed, but they're about to be filled. Our assistant city attorney position is scheduled to be filled today. That particular person just completed onboarding today. Our contract administrator position just recently became vacant. We plan to fill that very quickly. Public records coordinator position has been vacant for 4 months. I'm really looking for the right person because that's just a very big deal for me to get the right person in there to help us clear that out and make sure we're compliant. Our claims analyst position has been vacant since 2023. We had hired someone who was slated to start today, but unfortunately we learned late last week that hire would not work out, so we're reposting and planning to get that role filled as soon as possible. So most of the vacancies you see here are about to be onboarded. So for the insurance, again, you'll see there's an increase, from last year's market costs that we can't control.
Chief Gibson.
And we did do, yeah.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just, on the insurance, if your team could break that out into the buckets, and I'm going to screw this up because I'm going to use private sector terms, but, whatever our property, any stop loss, or and then liability and or OJI, like workers' comp, I just want to see what the breakout is, and then when we get to legal services, since I'm just on it, if any contracted entity with services rendered over 200,000 or more for last or anticipated for this fiscal year, So just basically who our larger vendors are, if we could have those broken out and sent to the council, I'd appreciate it.
I will have that done and send that to you.
Thank you.
That should be relatively easy. Okay, so we'll provide that information to the council on legal services, just over 200 for the fiscal year, or?
Yeah, I think just and I have a sneaking suspicion, as you probably know, it's going to be some of the larger firms, but I think it's just important just so people can see that. And we'll see a lot of, the smaller firms will typically come in the minority expenditure line. So they're kind of all bundled up in your MWB. So again, it's mainly just so the public and the council can see that information.
Okay, sure, we'll provide that. You'll see that there's an increase in materials and supplies also for legal services, in line with DC Fletcher's comments last week. It's just an increase in litigation expenses. We've been sued quite a bit. We're in the middle of multiple, a DOJ investigation, some other investigations, and to hire the best possible counsel, it just gets to be a little bit more expensive than we anticipated. And so we want to make sure that we're covered for this fiscal year and that we don't have to seek a budget amendment, fingers crossed. If we can get, we can't control it, but that's kind of where we're landing right now. The miscellaneous professional services is primarily the cost that we pay to the county trustee for the collection of delinquent taxes. Again, compliance monitoring is controlled by the judge. That's our current consent decree for social media monitoring and the like, and our various other materials and supplies accounts. This is more of a breakdown, this slide. Again, you'll see the Shelby County trustee is $1.6 million. And then we have sort of miscellaneous litigation expenses that are not related to fees, and sort of various risk management contracts if we have to hire contract employees and things of that nature. And we're looking at ethics training and ethics training system at the request of the chief ethics officer to ensure that we remain in compliance with our ordinance. We have one lease in Union Extended, that's our permit office. And our MWBE utilization is certified is looking at like 16.12%, non-certified 6.36%, and for a total of 22.48% MWBE utilization. Moving on to Metro Alarms. Metro Alarms is a self-sustaining special revenue fund. Its primary function is to collect sort of the value of the cost of the response to false alarms. And most of its budget includes a transfer to police and fire to sort of mitigate their costs in responding to false alarms. And so that's Metro Alarm Fund's role.
Chief Gibson, do you know who the sponsor of Ordinance 5729 was?
Offhand?
Offhand.
I do not, but I might suspect, but I do not know offhand.
That would be Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Spinoza for the win.
Okay. That is definitely for a win. Because the Metro Alarm Fund generates a good amount of revenue in the 7 figures. It doesn't have to retain a reserve pursuant to ordinance. But for the most part, if you see the transfers out, it's transferring $25,000 to the city attorney and $1.6 million to police and fire to minimum, which in the greater scheme of things is not a whole lot, but every dollar counts. And so that's the Metro Alarm Fund, and concludes the presentation. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Chief Gibson. I've got Dr. Warren in the queue.
Thank you. My question was answered as she went through. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Chief Gibson, thank you so much. We'll get some of the breakouts, and if anybody has any questions, but I think just a couple, I guess, high-level notes that you touched on, but mainly is in the last, I think it was 36 months, all risk management was consolidated under city legal, and that is the same, which is to Councilman Warren's point, which he made at the end of, or some point last week, which is one of the big, you are a pass-through entity, so to speak, for insurance premiums, et cetera. So basically, the money is going to originate in the general fund somewhere, and it's just going through your department to our insurance providers in everything but health. I guess the best way to say that.
That's right.
All right.
That's exactly.
All right. Thank you, Chief Gibson. Appreciate it. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? We'll get them on out of here. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Every question we got for Mike, we got to get into attorney-client. Like, where do I get that suit? All right. Man, I'll tell you, y'all, it was a long weekend. I guess we're going to move on to, actually, I'll tell you what. Actually, you want to keep going? We're good to keep going? All right, let's move on into general services. And as we go through general services, I guess, we're doing just general fund? Is that right? Or are we doing and fleet, all three? Okay. All right, so let's take general fund first. Let me think about this. Yeah, let's take all of the operating first, and then we're going to go. So, colleagues, we're going to go all their operating, and then any CIP projects, and then we'll come back and talk about it. I promise it makes, especially with this group, especially with fleet, because they're so interrelated. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. Yeah. All right, let's do this. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. Let's do it. We will be back here at 4:25. I'm gonna gavel us back in. All right, we are in recess. All right, everybody, if you can make your way back to your seats, we're going to get started. We are back in session, and whenever working on it now, but whenever we are ready, Mr. Jamerson, the floor will be yours at your leisure when we get, I know you're waiting on the screen, but whenever you're ready. And what I'll say, as I've said to other directors, is stay on things that you're excited about for this fiscal year, any major changes within your division or significant increases or decreases from year over year in your budget. And then we'll kind of go in on questions. That way you don't feel you've got to cover each and everything on your presentation.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Melvin Jameson, Interim Director, General Services, 125 North Main Street. And today joining me is Elisa Rankin, Senior Administrator, General Service Support Service. And of course, my wonderful team members here as well. I'd like to thank them for their support. And as well, I would like to thank all of the members, men and women of General Service, for all they do for the city of Memphis.
And of course, your lifelong mentor, predecessor, godsend,
Chief Adams. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chief. And thank you, Council, for allowing me to present the General Service FY25 budget request. Go to page 2. This is the General Service organizational chart. Shows our 4 service centers. Next, we'll go to page 3. Page 3 is the strategic priorities. It shows 2 of the strategic priorities that we align with. And for public safety, I won't read those to you, but one of our most important functions is to make sure that we have vehicles ready and buildings ready for emergency responders. Keeping those vehicles ready at 90% mission ready, and having them ready to go for the divisions that need them so they can provide their core services to the citizens of Memphis. On the clean and attractive neighborhoods, we want to make sure that we keep the buildings ready for different initiatives for different programs. These are libraries and community centers and different buildings needed. We manage lawns and grounds on a 15-day cut-in cycle for blight and provide blight control for over 100 vacant lots. Next page. Go to our bridge analysis. Bridge analysis FY25 request is for $27,211,024, a 12% increase over our FY24 adopted budget of $24,285,517. Go to our program comparative spending. Program comparative spending shows the program legal levels on the left-hand side for each service center, and the right-hand side of the increase and decrease of 12%, which is a $2,925,507 increase. Details on the next page, page 7. Year-over-year changes in expenditures. These are changes in categories of personnel service, materials and supplies, capital outlay. So some of these charges for personnel are to bring in line with the budget for 302 employees for the full complement of employees, and overtime increases to keep us in line with the amount of overtime we've used over the last 2 years. Materials and supplies are budget modifications to bring us in line with the forecasted. Net change of $2,925,507. All right, we go to revenues. FY24 adopted revenue bridge to FY25 request. FY25 request is for $726,238, a 40.2% decrease. Go to the next page, shows the changes year over year. Local taxes, fiber optics, a decrease there for $356,515.
And we had colleagues, we had a conversation about that, if you may recall, during an attorney-client, and I'll leave it at this as a reminder so we don't get into it, but it's a classification issue about how we classify certain uses of, well, it's a classification issue that's being litigated now. The reason that the fiber optic number is down and showing as it is because the way that the government and cable providers, yeah.
And some decreases in the changes for service. The net change overall is $488,029. Next, I'll take you to page 13 for our division authorized complement. All right, so FY24, FY25, no changes, 302 employees. Vacant positions, there are 19 vacancies, and 17 of those positions are posted currently. Page 15, material and supply expenditures. Materials and supplies are these tangible products that we need to get the buildings repaired, make repairs to equipment. The second line, utilities. The utility lines are for the utilities that we have at our GS operated properties, such as City Hall, Public Safety Building, the Coke Complex. And on the miscellaneous professional service, $1,452,468 break down on the next page. And the total for M&S is $10,195,850. We go to the next page on professional service. Professional service breakdown shows the vendors, the type of work that they do for us, and the service, goods and services. Yes. Oh, yes. Next page. 17 is leases. We have one lease in the general fund with more family properties for $42,750, and this is to support our ground maintenance operation. And the last page is MWBE utilization rate. Total certified and non-certified spend is $15,654,302, 46.82% of the eligible spend of $33,435,186. And that concludes my general fund presentation.
All right, let's go into any general fund CIP, and then we will take questions specific to the. Or is everything in fleet?
No.
It's separate.
Okay.
It's all in capital.
Okay.
Yeah, everything, all capital is together.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got what you're saying. Okay, then hang tight. All right, then let's do questions on just the general fund.
I've got some questions.
Yep, Councilman Spinoza.
So, and I've got like 6 questions, and I missed last week, so I'll try to make them brief. But if everybody's got the proposed budget, let's look at page 5.
Councilman Spinoza, would you slide your mic slightly?
Yeah, let's look at page 5. I would like to get an updated forecast for FY24. I think the whole council would probably appreciate this, so I'm going to ask that. I think we all would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Just to help us make an informed decision. So like on page 5, and I'm not going to try to take up too much time, Mr. Chair, but FY23 total revenues 801 million, FY24 799 adopted, and then the forecast for revenues is 787. And I know we've gone through some of this, but if you look at the expenses on page 11, the forecast is 872. And I'm just going to use, so the question, I guess the first question is, I would like for us to get an updated forecast of the FY24 budget by line item so we can make an informed decision. And I've spent way too much time on this. Forgive me for saying that, but it's been 4 weeks, and it's like every week I think I'm done, and then I have like 10 more questions come up. So question 2, and the reason that I'm asking for that is attrition. So if you look at page 7, line item 051901, I would like for us to see attrition for every division. And an example would be fire, and y'all sent me, which I appreciate, y'all sent me the year-to-date at the end of March. And I think we were at like 68% of the budget for fire. Attrition for fire at that time was 5.6 million. Police was 39 million. So what is, for FY25, I guess that's the question as well, what is your attrition rate? And it could be in here, and I may have missed some of this. But what is your attrition rate for this year? And then what's your forecasted attrition rate? Because I think that what we saw in March is not necessarily all that accurate, right?
Councilman, I'm sorry, just to clarify, are you wanting responses now, or are these?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got answers now, great.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you guys can answer any of his questions now, great. If not,
well, I will.
If you don't mind, let me just fire away with
sir.
the rest of it.
Yes,
I appreciate that. Public safety, we've talked about that a lot. Again, I could be totally wrong, and I could have missed this, but if you go to page 7 and you look at expenditures, and if you look at FY25 proposed, and I'm totally not an accountant, but I'm becoming a budget expert, I feel like. Totally kidding. If you add up the expenses for FY25 proposed, and you start at the top of personnel, and you go over page 7, and then you go to page 8, the numbers don't add up for personnel. And so I don't know if that's a mistake. I don't want to use the word, you left something off. I don't want to use, there's line items. If you look back at the previous budget, the line item numbers, I'm going to give them to you, are 056195 and 056196. That's $29 million that's missing, and I'm not insinuating that you left it off on purpose. I don't know. And I expressed frustration last week about things, and I just found this morning. So $29 million, and the 056195 is MPD salary recovery, and that was, again, in the previous administration's budget book. It's not in this one. And again, those numbers don't add up. And the 056196 was Memphis Fire Department salary recovery. That was $13 million. That is, I hate to use the word disappeared, but I don't know where it is. And it should be in there, unless I'm mistaken. I'm almost done. Councilwoman Green, you asked what was in the orange book last week. There's all types of notes. A fire appropriation statement. Again, y'all sent me that information on that May 8th report that I got that showed all the appropriations through May 8th, actually, or it was 3/31, it's March 31st, excuse me. So I added up the year-to-date salaries for fire, and the actuals as of March 31st was 95.3 is what it looks like to me. At the budget, less attrition, 136.7. So it looked like fire was at 69% of their budget 3/4 of the way through the year. And it makes me question the 10 million that we gave. And it's okay if we made a mistake. I don't even like to say that, but we were told that we had to do this. And if you could explain this whenever, tomorrow at budget or whenever you can, I would like for this to be answered. If it's 100 new positions, I know it's not $99,000 a position, right? And if we were at 68% of budget through the third quarter, like, there's just a mismatch there. So please show it to us, right? So we can, we gotta make sure that the foundation from which we're gonna do a tax increase, we gotta make sure that we're doing it right. That's it. I do have another question. The 20 million, the mayor, I believe, has 20 million in things that he's focused on. And I think that it's new line items. And I don't know if that has to do with the line item, Councilwoman White, you pointed it out earlier, the 20 million. It's line item, here it is, line item 052110. It's $20 million. It's never been on a budget before that I can find. It's on page 9. It says major repairs and carpentry, and I could have missed this discussion last week. I wasn't here. I can't find that, like where that goes. I don't know if that's the mayor's 20 million of focus items that are new items, or if this is a separate list of 20 million, just trying to find out where they go. So that's like close to $100 million of questions that I'm sure we'll find answers to, but I think, and if you could send this to all of us, however you want to answer it.
Absolutely.
I'd appreciate that.
Councilman, could I answer now, or?
Wait, I'm so good. Were these general budget?
These are
inquiry?
these are
All
all listed in the general fund, and I missed some meetings.
Are they general
I saw
services
them
though?
Here,
I got you.
They're all over the place. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I don't. And if
Took me
you
a
wanna
minute
answer
there.
it, that's great, but I just kind of wanted to get. We got 30 days left to pass this thing, and I don't think we can afford to wait to get answers to at least those questions, because it's hard for us to forecast and plan, to do everything we can for our citizens, like the most critical budget ever, with public safety a priority. We got to understand the foundational items. And that's really just like 6 of the, I think I got another half dozen for you, but we can talk about those later.
Yeah, let's, thank you, Councilman. Were there any other follow-up? Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the meetings last week, so.
We'll have time for Q&A later this evening, and then also we've got wrap-ups as well. Any of those that were direct to fleet or general services, I don't. Let's do this. Why don't you talk about from a general service perspective to this operating budget? What I'd like to understand, and you mentioned it, and it's germane to fleet, so part of me wants to wait till we talk about fleet, because I think that's going to come back around, but it's about this 90% readiness. So let's do that. Let's get into fleet. And then we can come back and talk about what that game plan is going to look like and how that execution for fleet readiness is going to look like, because I think that's probably more germane to what we want to talk about.
Okay, that'll work. Go into the fleet operating budget request. All right, page 2 is our organizational chart for fleet, and it shows all the service centers. Page 3, 4, expenditure bridge FY25 requests. We're asking for $37,504,228, an 8% increase over FY24. Comparative spending. Program comparative spending shows the program legal levels on the left, increase and decrease, a 8% increase of $2,772,846. Explanations on the next page. Personnel services, of course, personnel costs are booked in the general fund for expense recovery for fleet from a miscellaneous professional services account. Materials and supplies, capital outlay, inventories. Net change here is, these are explanation, net change of $2,772,846. Go to page 9, adopted revenue bridge for FY25. FY25 request is $37,614,907, an 8.3% increase over FY24. changes in revenues, changes for service charges, for inflation, for vehicles and fuel, net change of $2,883,526. Next, we'll go to page, materials and supplies, page 14. So we have a total of $18,183,128. And a lot of, the biggest of that charge is that 90.6%, which is miscellaneous professional service, which is covered on the next page. The professional service breakdown, the expense recovery for personnel costs, $11,091,397. And the rest of it is for our vendors that provide goods and services to us for the grand total of $16,478,590. Last page, we have one lease, and that's at 2957 Gill, $205,715.88. And that's for our temporary location of body shop and turf and egg shop.
I don't want to get into a deep accounting discussion, but why is it that you guys are booking your own services as a miscellaneous professional service? I mean, I get that it's expense recovery, but why? What accounting decision? It's a explicit flow through of an implied flow through. So, I mean, we could talk about it later. I really don't want to take us off the tracks. It's just a curiousness about. I mean, it's just a journal entry.
We can actually talk through all the details, but you're right, and this was a solution provided when I took over General Services in 2012, or when I became a member of General Services in 2012. We historically ran a deficit. That deficit had gone up to like $9 million.
So you just wanted to have a place to book it.
And so
I got it.
We needed a place to book it, and then of course we had to then expense back to the general fund and absorb that deficit.
I'm with you. All right. Okay. Do you guys want to jump in now, or do you want to go through the CIP? Let's go through the CIP.
Yeah.
All right. Let's stay on the summary page. Let's not go. I mean, we can go project by project, but I don't want to. When I say project, but let's not go to each tab for each project.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here, general services for capital requests for FY25. For FY25, there is a $13.1 million request. The projects are on the left-hand side. Capital fix for the fleet acquisition, there'll be $8 million. Major modification, $3 million. For Coke facility, a $1.5 million. And that's for continual construction and A&E. City Hall improvements, those are some building maintenance issues that we need to address from the HVAC systems. And 170 North Main for $100,000 for boiler system replacement, water valves, bringing us to the total of $13.1 million. And on the last page, we do have the breakdown for our CAQ and it's that $8 million will be portioned out between MPD and Memphis Fire Department, and we've broken it out evenly. And so that shows the breakdown of all the equipment that we will be ordering FY25. And that's total of, that's all.
All right. Do you want to talk or just, all right, now that we've, and by the way, I think you're referencing page 12, 68 vehicles marked. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So colleagues, if you'll go to page 12 titled Capital Acquisition Detail, he's referencing 68 marked vehicles at 3.965 million, and then fire services has, several specialty vehicles. Don't know, call the Durango a specialty vehicle, but but yeah. Anyway, all right, let's go back to the main question at hand. General Services does a whole bunch around here, to say the absolute least.
Yes.
Right now, I would say that the focus of the body in recently has been fleet procurement, maintenance, and basically continuing kind of where Antonio left off, where Melvin's picked up, and through these administrations on how we are going to seek cost savings in what is ultimately a penny business through policy and management and enforcement of those policies and wrangling division directors around, right? Like even Nick has a couple trucks out there with park services in them. So let's start with public safety and talk about, one of the initiatives that your group is excited about is having this 90% readiness on police and fire vehicles. So can we talk a little bit about that initiative, how you're going to accomplish it, and where and how this budget helps you accomplish that?
Yes. So the 90% is, of course, it's an aggressive goal to make sure that we are supporting police and fire. So right now we are running 80% on our goal, and we want to increase that. And we're going to continue to have a higher goal than what we're providing. So what we've got done now is we are, number one, we're hiring employees, and we're getting employees back up to par, getting them ready to go.
Yeah, let's take it that way. What are your biggest opportunities to accomplish that, and then what are your biggest impediments to doing so?
So it's kind of one and the same. The biggest opportunity is to get people hired and get people trained so they can provide the services that we need. The other thing is hiring those employees. It's going to take us being able to bring them here from other places because we are finding a labor shortage in the marketplace. We're also using contract services to augment services for specialty equipment to help us bring in that 90% goal.
Why? I mean, not to ask the obvious question, or I don't want to say it's an obvious question, but in the labor markets, money whipping it is certainly something that has to happen in a constrained marketplace. You're unique though because your labor market requires at least some sort of additional certification, training, apprenticeships. So within that, other than the money whipping of salaries and wages and benefits and total comp structure, what are we doing, or what initiatives are we doing to help try? And we've talked about in other divisions, everyone is looking for pipelines and workforce development. What particularly are we doing in this budget that's going to help us, that we are excited about, or at least that we're optimistic can help alleviate that labor concern?
Yeah, so we definitely have instructed our management team to bring in employees, and we start at a tech level, and we start training those employees so that progression up to being a mechanic and then a master mechanic is there. And we also send them for classes. We have training programs through our classes. We try to get them certified as a award ASE for automotive excellence, service excellence.
We talked about fleet. We talked about the cars. I've got your major mod for City Hall. Any other major projects? Have we got Coke? Anything else that we're missing? I mean, I'm gonna call it that simple, but I mean, you guys have the biggest issue with third-party contracting versus labor. You're almost like engineering at this point. So I guess I'll ask one last question. I think Councilor Canale may have a question, and then I'll, look, I'm not afraid just to move on. How is our relationship with vendors, because we have so many specialty vehicles that are getting banged up at this point or getting to their end of life cycle? I mean, that's my biggest fear. It's one thing to order police vehicles, right, from the base manufacturer and then to the outfitter. It's another to order, to order a pump truck, right? So my question is as these trucks are either coming to end of life cycles or they're getting banged up, is there capacity in the private sector marketplace to get these vehicles back up, or do we need to start looking at other opportunities? Because where I'm starting to get concerned, I don't know about Chief Sweat's fleet well enough. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty rough. Pretty rough. We'll get this down the line. But I guess my question is what can the council do to support the mission where fleet doesn't get enough love? General Services does not get enough love for the amount of work that they're required to do to keep the city government running. And my question is just going to go back to, it's not as cool as Ford is facing as other departments, but it is the actual heartbeat in a way in which we keep city services going because of the touches with fleet. So my question is again, are we doing everything that we can be doing and the council in supporting getting mechanics, body shop, everything? I mean, the school system is walking in, like, great time to talk about partnerships. So
Chair, I'll take that answer. Collectively, we could do more. And I know that the plan is to do more. One of the things that we have to take a look at, and you're right, I preached over time and time again, it doesn't help to look good if the body isn't good. And so with respect to that, we got to look at replacing the fleet. And in order to replace the fleet, we have to dedicate more funding to the fleet. If you look over the years, that funding has not gone, we've not invested. And we have to invest to all of the divisions. So that's a difficult proposition. And then, of course, with respect to the buildings, before we do a lot of cosmetic changes and renovations, you got to get the guts of the building right so that the building continues to operate. And then when the building operates and functions the way that you expect it, then we can make it pretty. So I'll turn it over to our fleet administrator to kind of talk about the fleet and what they're doing, specifically within the fire shop, and then we can talk about police and solid waste, those are our three largest clients.
I'm Barry Stroud. I'm Fleet Operations Manager.
Welcome, sir.
Fleet Operations Administrator for Fleet. As equipment gets older, it takes more repairs. So to keep the operation up to 90%, it's getting more difficult as the older the equipment gets. Now, as far as what we're doing to increase our repairs, we are using outside vendors when we need them, but we're also training our guys on how to fix some of the stuff that they're not aware of how to fix. We give them more equipment to check the trucks where they can find out what the problem is with it as well.
Appreciate that. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a big opportunity in our business, and I know that the four people sitting in front of me know more about it than probably anybody around. So it's a big opportunity, I think, for the city. It's just something that, it's never politically cool, so it never gets the attention that it deserves. And the reality is if you want to go and find money, it's supporting that division, because ultimately, by getting more efficient, by following the policy, by doing procurement on an economy of scale basis, rather than having one division order 5 cars, another division order 10 cars, going out and buying 100 cars gives us buying power. And that matters when we're looking for $100,000 there and $500,000 there. So I appreciate the effort. I've got Councilman Canale and then Councilwoman Green in the queue. Councilman Canale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I don't know how many of you were here when I passed out the fleet inventory for fire. And clearly we haven't, historically over the years, done a good job for regular fleet replacement, or we wouldn't have, the average age of our engines and quints, 12.2 years, trucks and rescues, 13 and a half years, where the NFPA recommends that, vehicles at 15 years old be moved to reserve, and after 25 years, they completely be removed from service. And I talked about a scene that we were on that, I think it was 16s that responded. I can't remember anyway. It was a brand new fire truck, but their reserve was 25 years old. I mean, I think we have to be more intentional on regular fleet replacement, especially we know that we need more police cars. We have officers waiting in the station to go out on shift because the car hadn't come back from the previous shift. But for fire trucks, I mean, God forbid we ever got to the point I'm sorry we couldn't come fight your fire because the fire engine wouldn't crank. But but seriously, I mean, we have 22 in reserve that their average age is 25.9 years old, and trucks and rescues, we have 12 in reserve. They're 23.8. I mean, one is past its recommended life, and the other is a year away from being completely removed from service. So I think that we need to pay attention to this going forward and be more intentional about getting a better regular replacement for police and fire. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd hate to put our status in jeopardy, too. It's one that they've worked very, very hard for, which also impacts our insurance rates. Councilwoman Green and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Chair. What is the rate of replacement of the general fleet, like our sedans, not the, specialty trucks? And I don't mean Durangos, but the police and fire, just our regular sedans. What's our replacement rate per year?
You want the rate or you want the recommended?
Recommended.
So the recommended life cycle is at least 5 years. The rate, I couldn't tell you, maybe 10 years plus.
So
you'll see here. Here is a typical, not atypical, but a typical spending year where you only have a small amount of police vehicles, no investment, or little investment into the light fleet of fire, no investment into parks, public works, solid waste, engineering, any other division. And that's because our priorities, our spending priorities have shifted away from that. So, the reality is, and I think I can provide that chart, we have a majority of our fleet outside the life cycle.
So I would challenge the administration as we look for a proper replacement plan, and we should plan accordingly, that we also look at greening our fleet to hybrid or fully electric vehicles, especially as it comes to, like I said, the sedans that most people are using here that they're going to plug in every night. Because as we know, just last week, we had a $3.8 million request, and a lot of it was for fuel, and fuel costs are not going to go down. We might see little, jumps back and forth, but we're not going to see the days of, 99-cent fuel ever again. So we know that if we can green our fleet, that's a cost savings in the long run. So I would challenge the administration as we look towards purchasing that we not continue to purchase vehicles that only consume fossil fuels, but also ones that can at least be hybrid, if not fully electric. And again, maybe not for our specialty vehicles that, we're talking about with fire and police, but for our average vehicles that sit in our garage with the city logo on the side, that is definitely something that we could be purchasing in bulk and that could have an impact on the bottom line on the back end, so we're not dipping into that fleet reserve fund every year. So I would really, truly like to see in this next year, we get maybe past this budget, us put together a real replacement plan that includes a greening goal over the next 30 years.
Challenge accepted. You'll be happy to know that with our new Coke facility, we actually built the first infrastructure for charging stations for city vehicles. So we are slightly ahead of the game.
Put some in this building too.
We will.
We will. And I hear you. But again, we are ahead of the game. And then, of course, the first true e-vehicle was an ambulance that was purchased a couple of years ago through grants. So we're moving forward with respect to those items. As you stated before, it's a we. So we need that commitment from you all as well.
Well said. Councilwoman Walker and then Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's what my question was centered around, the EV vehicles. So in terms of an intermediate and long-term vision, can you speak to that specifically? And I'm glad that we do have some EV chargers already.
Now that we have the infrastructure, it is time for us to come back to you all with that goal of at least a certain percentage. And we've talked about this when I was director a certain percentage that would be hybrid, and then those vehicles that we could address that would be strictly electric vehicles. So this group, I've charged this group with coming back with those goals to you all.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think Councilman Warren bringing in the rear.
Thank you very much. I think what we've heard is that we're really hurting when it comes to our infrastructure as it relates to fleet, okay? And this is the result of years of not funding it. We're going to need to make sure that as we move forward, we have an investment plan. And when you say you've been charging people to come up with that, a green technology, when? Okay, so I want to know when we're going to see that. Okay, so just telling them that, I want to see it this budget. Okay, I don't want to see it next budget. And, we want to help support you. And I know we've got a bunch of kids and people from the school out there that are going to be coming and asking us for money. But what ended up happening is we gave away the funding responsibility for this body for the city schools, and we gave it all to the county. So the funding responsibility for the school systems, at least as far as infrastructure is concerned, as far as paying the teachers, is all on the county. And part of the reason they did that is no one wanted to raise taxes. What they did, this particular body, when I was on the school board, took the money that they would have given to the city schools and spent it and gave people raises. And then they had to take that back and pay it back to the school system after we sued them. But we'd already given up our right to get money from the city at that point and given up our charter, which is why you're the Memphis-Shelby County school system instead of the Memphis City school system. And what that's done, it means that now we have 7 or 8 different school districts. And all those school districts have to do if they want a new school building is tax their one city a little bit and they get a new building. In order to build all the schools we need in Shelby County, we have to have a county tax raise to be able to get funds to tax the schools, to tax people, to raise money for school construction. And it makes it really hard to get everyone out in the county to say they're going to do that when they can just get what they want for their city. So what we have to do as Memphis citizens and also Shelby County residents is take this argument to the county commission and tell them that you expect them to raise taxes for everybody in the county, not just in that way the people who live in the rest of the county will pay their percentage. We have 70% of the students. For every county dollar that's raised for education, we got 70 cents for building, and that's the way it still should be as far as Memphis Shelby County schools are concerned. So I'm looking forward to your presentation as it comes up, but this is another case of one body that should be funding you not doing it. And unfortunately, we as a city and as a school system, when we gave up our charter, decided we were going to let the county fund it. So now we have to go and get that money from the county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Hold on. I just want to make sure. Any further questions or commentary, please make them for general services. Please stay within the parameters of this subject matter. I've got Councilwoman Logan, and then I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you. During the blight and illegal dumping task force, solid waste management one of the recommendations that came out of that was regarding the lack of fleet, buying new fleet and not having a plan. What I asked was, what is the plan on buying new fleet? And they didn't have one. And so we asked them to come back in the recommendation. So the recommendation that they put in the task force recommendations that we approved, is that the plan for solid waste management? I think he brought that to us when he did his presentation. Is that
and can I piggyback along with you just to add with that, because if and when that happens and that goes on, who is going to be doing? Because you know how I feel about it, but yeah. I want to. So if you'll answer hers with that, that'd be great.
So one of the things, council members, under this administration, we are centralizing a lot of reporting and a lot of activity. So with respect to inventory, one of the biggest issues that we've had, and I think I presented to you all, we got 3 sources of inventory, no more. Under the COO's office, I've commissioned an inventory, and the inventory will be held by one, and then, of course, they'll be maintained by fleet operations, and of course, there will be some management. But all procurement will go through fleet services.
Okay, and so determining the industry standard for that division, that will also be held in that one area?
Now, that will be a collaborative because you want to make sure that you take in consideration those who operate and maintain the equipment. And so to the extent that we can actually share equipment, then we're going to do so as well. I'm a big believer in pooling equipment.
Right.
I don't want equipment that's just sitting up and not being used. So we should be able to pool that equipment.
So specialized equipment, though?
Yes, ma'am. Specialized equipment.
Okay. So when the people that actually do the work, and I hear you say that you want a collaborative effort, say that this truck doesn't work as efficient or effective in collecting on the side or in the back, all of those things, even though another truck might be a little bit cheaper, but you all would take all of that into consideration because that's going to add on time for them to be doing the job as well.
So
I'm just asking.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll just use MPD as the test case. We got notice that Dodge was no longer going to make the Chargers. And so what Chief Davis did, she talked to her personnel, and they decided that they were going to look at the 2 manufacturers who actually create and manufacture public safety vehicles. And so we decided to buy the Ford. With that being the case, they worked with us to spec out the Fords so that it comes with everything with the exception of radios.
Yeah, radio maintenance, radio.
Yep. So you got the lights, you got the protective package, you have everything in it with the exception of the radios. And so that's exactly how they work with fire. Fire, we have a committee in which fire convenes, general services sits on, they develop the specs for the equipment, and they roll forward. So it's a collaborative effort.
Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilman Spinoza. And if we could try and wrap up in the next 5 minutes or so, because we've got these students down here. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay.
Chief answered my question.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Spinoza.
I'm excited about this. Thank you all. I know you all been working hard for years on this. So we're going to consolidate energy and effort and buy as one purchasing unit for all vehicles across the entire city of Memphis. That's what we're doing. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And then is there, with all the students in the room, hello, welcome. Have you all done like an impact analysis or a savings analysis? And if you have and I missed it, I'm sorry. If you all could send it or show us, that would be fantastic.
We've not finished that impact analysis. What we are doing is we're starting with the inventory. We'll do that analysis. One of the things that we need to do as well is to look at our procurement models so that we get more than 1 or 2 vendors that actually will bid. Oftentimes what we end up doing when you don't have a lot of vehicles to bid out, you don't have a lot of vendors that will be willing to bid. So in turn, they have to actually purchase off of joint cooperative contracts.
Right. And
Yeah.
and
that's normal. You just
It is.
you just don't get a lot of spend.
It is, and it makes me hesitant. And we've talked about this. We've joked about eating chili. You know, I've said we eat chili for 12 months, and then we'll start eating steaks next year. Like, we don't want to raise taxes yet. Like, I feel like it's more about us executing.
But I caught you at a steakhouse.
It's, yeah, maybe we get there in 6 months. But before, I mean, it's been 4 months. And so I just say this for all of us, like, it's about execution and not taxation. You know, let's find a way, like, let's try to put that together as soon as we can before we, because we talk about investments, like we've talked about investing in the fleet, but like the process has not been good. And so maybe the capital investment that we think it needs to be doesn't have to be that much. So,
I understand, but
let's try to do that together. Let's try
We'll
to do
take
that
that.
together.
We'll try.
Boom. Let's do that.
All right, thank you so much. And to the general service team, thank you for everything you do in and around the city. We appreciate y'all. Let's do, if y'all don't mind, I've never given exit instructions, but I see fire department, God, you're gonna love me for this. I'm thinking life safety, flow of people. If we could have everyone exit that is leaving out of that door and have the students that are waiting in the hallway come in this door over here, we'll keep it circular and hopefully it'll flow well for us. Thank you. No, we have Memphis Shelby County Schools left today. All right, I'm going to hand this committee over to my vice chairman, head of the transition team.
All right, we're going to keep going. Memphis and Shelby County Schools. Please come sit here to the right. Here we go, to my right. And is anyone presenting with you? Yeah, we need you, Chief Adams. We always need you. The people of Memphis are better because you're here. Hold up. There's a young lady in blue we're unfamiliar with here. Nah, we scared of her. We like you. So I can be nice. All right. I'll be nice. Superintendent Fagans, let us know when you're ready. And do you need help? Do you have a presentation that's going to be presented? Can we get our presentation up? Ryan, can we get the presentation up for superintendent? Superintendent Fagans, the floor is yours. Name, address of the record, and the individuals you have with you, have them do the same. We recognize one of them.
Got it.
Can we get a mic on?
Got it?
There we go.
Well, good evening to the body. Dr. Marie Fagans, 160 South Hollywood Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. And first, I'll have Mr. Hendrell Ramus speak.
Good evening, members of the council. Hendrell Remus, 1490 Faxon Avenue, Memphis, 38104.
Patrice Robinson, 4881 Whitworth Road. Thank you for allowing us to be here
What
today.
organization are you with?
The Patrice Robinson and Associates. I'm with Shelby County Schools, Memphis Shelby County Schools.
With you.
Elena Pinkney. I have to say my address too.
Name and address for the record.
Elena Pinkney, 6668 Witten Pine Drive, 38134.
All right. Dr. Fagans?
Well, let me begin. I had an opportunity to reside in Nashville for the last 10 years. Last year, I returned to Memphis with my children. We had an opportunity in Nashville to really expand our horizon, experiencing a different public school system, experiencing a different environment, experiencing investment in education, investment in community initiatives that has been incredibly important for cultivating those young people's lives. I've taken my personal and professional experience from the business sector and the public sector, having worked in the private sector as a regional operations manager for the largest private security firm in the nation, and having worked in the public sector as the director of preparedness and emergency management at Tennessee State University, has given me a true insight on how we can better invest in education. Upon returning and the selection of Dr. Fagans as the new superintendent of the school district, I thought it was extremely important to make sure that ordinary people, parents, had a voice at the table, had a seat at the table, and played an intricate role in shaping and reimagining what the educational system could mean and could be here in Memphis and Shelby County. So I joined Dr. Fagans' transition team, where I'm offering up my skills and giving advisory on how we reimagine and take a bold, new, innovative approach to education here in Memphis and Shelby County. Look forward to the dialogue and the discussion today and the support that I know you all truly believe that our children and young people across this entire city and county can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here in support of the city sharing some CIP dollars with our school district. Let me talk to you a little bit about why. As a former commissioner for Shelby County Schools, Memphis City Schools, I was on both, as well as president of the school board for 2 years, a member of the Memphis City Council, as well as a chairwoman of the council, I know that you have some very difficult decisions to make. And it's a challenge in that I know that you currently support our youth in this community. You do pre-K dollars, you have libraries, we make sure the parks are ready, the community centers, we have programs for our children in the summer, but we now got to have a conversation about how do we leverage those dollars and share that information with our new superintendent, Dr. Fagans. I went just 2 weeks ago as a member of her transition team to visit a middle school in your district, Councilman Ford, at Chickasaw. And as I walked in, it's so important to see life in the eyes of children. We're trying to educate them, but it was so disheartening to walk in and just a little coat of paint, some tiles in the ceiling, and maybe some help with the heating and air conditioning, it would have made it a much better place for people to learn, or children to learn, or teachers to teach. When I left the school board in 2013, guess how much in deferred maintenance we had? Thank you, Dr. Warren, that's correct. And today, because of inflation, that is now $1 billion. We can't do this just with the county. We can't do this by ourselves. We need your assistance as well. Our children need you. And there are two things that the community want you to do for them. One, remember, they want to be safe. And the best way to get to our children is to make sure that they have a better education, a place where they can learn and grow and be the type of citizen that we want in our community. And number two, I want to make sure that you understand that they want to make sure that our children are educated well, and they want our community clean, and we need children who will one day come and work for the city to make that dream come true. Please give it much thought. Talk about it. Look at your other investments and see what we can do. And I just want to make a suggestion as a former councilwoman. Let's start evaluating our programs so that what works, we continue to do. What doesn't, we move those dollars somewhere else. I am in support of us helping with CIP dollars for schools in Memphis and Shelby County. Thank you.
In all transparency, I was extremely impressed with her doing several of the legacy builders reports. So happy you're here to join us today.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be presenting to all of you. I'm Elena Pinkney. I recently graduated from White Station High School, and I'm headed to St. Louis University right after this. You went there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Sorry. So initially, I want to just talk to you. I know we all love Memphis for its diverse population, its representation for different races, ethnicities, and cultures. And we believe that our education system should represent that population equally with support for the development of these communities. Therefore, it becomes the role of Memphis-Shelby County Schools to produce educated students with the skills capable of promoting change within the Memphis area and beyond even that. As we saw, Memphis-Shelby County Schools places its focus on accessibility, inclusivity, and equity among their students. We are asking what resources can support student growth and development, ensuring that students are involved in their communities and the social climate around them as well. We're wanting to give all students access to opportunities, experience, and skills. While I worked with students of all different ages here and even more that are not represented behind me, there were students representing different schools with different letter grades all across the district from A through F in Superintendent Dr. Fagan's transitional team. And surprisingly, we could all agree on so many points. As somebody that went to White Station High School, we're being told that we're the best of the best. But even so, we noticed that there was a school environment that pressured us to meet expectations. We noticed that teachers determined our engagement in the classroom, our access to opportunities, and our academic growth. However, these opportunities in our school were not properly advertised to us, nor was there a clear check-in for our individual achievement. So oftentimes we noticed that this drove us to, both us and our peers, to truancy, absenteeism, and an overall struggle with mental health and our school experience. We're asking to implement CCTE courses to engage students and promote an eagerness to learn and attend school. Furthermore, Memphis-Shelby County Schools wants to employ qualified teachers who can strengthen their relationships with their students and improve literacy rates and math rates as well. Overall, we want to promote the development of the greater Memphis area by producing graduates with skills and a strong sense of community. And I also want to provide a personal anecdote to how these changes could have affected me. As someone who grew up in a working class family, I believed, my family and I believed that getting a good education was the priority, and that developing technical and certain vocational skills would develop naturally. And even so, because I have a working family, I wasn't able to do a lot of after school activities and clubs. As I look back at it now, I noticed that my relationships with my peers were strained, and I didn't really even know what skills I possessed to even begin thinking of a career path until 11th grade, when people started telling me, you need to have an idea, and I still didn't really know. I noticed even more with my peers that those who didn't receive external support outside of school were left behind. Their growth was stunted, and thus they became overshadowed. Although I know I'm just one person, I also know that I'm not alone. We are overlooked, we're overshadowed, and we feel that we're set up for failure all the time. As I stand before you, I want to be a voice for these kinds of students. And with that, I want to ask you, why are we expecting children to pioneer the future when they're being forced to live in the past? I believe that this is not an investment in just Memphis Shelby County schools, but this is also an investment in Memphis. Thank you.
Excellent.
So, members of City Council, it's good to be here with you, finally, to see you all collectively, to have a conversation that is both honest and transparent, but also does present a real need. As the new superintendent of Memphis Shelby County Schools, I own what I've inherited, but I own it with a clear vision and a commitment to not leaving it the way that I found it. And so you have with me and have heard from community leaders as well as our youngest leaders, and they are also in the room because it means that much to the city for sure, because the school system is the core and the community of the community. And so what I will share with you today is, I believe, a balanced view, not just of an ask, but also of a commitment that we're making internally to elevate the excellence of the district for the more than 110,000 that we serve now and those that we seek to attract. Am I guiding this presentation as well? Y'all making me do double duty here.
You got some very capable people here who can help.
So we just start with a step back. In general, the conversation has been, what did they do with that $776 million or so that they received in ESSER funds? And so here it is in terms of broad buckets and categories, the investments that were made over the course of the last year and a half or 2 years of which those funds were received. And so you certainly see instructional investments, but you also see foundational investments in terms of the internet, safety and security supports, and you also see some infrastructure investments, but certainly mental health, our special populations, and then you see the fund pass-through that we give to the University of Memphis schools and our general charter schools. And so that just gives a broad view of what the $775 million or so was invested in terms of ESSER funds. As we think about student achievement, what you will hear me say, repeatedly is that investing in infrastructure is an investment in student achievement. And so the experiences that our students have and what they describe is largely shaped by the space that they have their educational experience. And so before they enter the building, it says something to them. And largely it says something about them. So the aesthetics are important, but we're talking about, in general, buildings that the infrastructure are average age of 60 years old. And you heard from a previous councilwoman and school board chair that this particular $550 million, and you mentioned it as well, Dr. Warren, is not anything new. And so some decade later, it has certainly ballooned, and here we are. So $206 million has been invested, and that's just a general layout. Classroom additions, foundation, HVAC, more of the same, some roof replacements, window replacements, and we're still not there. Chiller rental costs, these are just a couple of the schools, but you're just looking at what an installation costs, what the monthly rental is, and then certainly the total to date that we're spending just at these 3 locations since April of this year. And so when we think about the need that we are trying to meet, and we magnify that not just in renting chillers, but just in general infrastructure needs, here's what we're facing in many of our schools. As we think about the impact of infrastructure, certainly power outages are not always our fault. Certainly there's some city responsibility here, but you look at the number of power outages that we have across the district. That's every time that we have to close a school early. That is a time that we impact the educational or the instructional environment and the experience for our students. When we think about fire life safety and the investment that has had to be made there, just over 203,000 at the elementary spaces alone, and another 176,000 at several of our high schools, closing out at almost $500,000 just for fire life safety. And so that's our fire alarm service calls, fire watch, and water main repairs until we're able to bring our businesses, our schools up to par. Sure. Yes. Yes. Thank you for the clarification. As we shift, certainly infrastructure needs impact health conditions. And so you're looking at here just a number of seizures, and these are just the ones that we are aware of that we can track and monitor. And then you're looking at the number of students who have asthma across the various levels of schools. And so what we do know about mold and asbestos and generally what happens when you continue to have what we have in some of our buildings, and I'm sure some of you have been in some of them, but the worst of them, if you will, serve to impact in a negative way our students for sure, and we did not include our staff. Boiler replacements, 58 million alone in 138 boiler replacement projects. And so as we continue to make these investments, of course, it's much like just placing a Band-Aid on the thing until it's time to take it off and replace it. We are just continuing to go in circles. And so 58 million alone in boiler replacements across the schools that you're seeing here. That's a general cost nearing another $500,000, if you will, just in boiler replacements. As we think about our overall facility investments, what you're looking at here is more roof replacements, water bottle filling stations. Those highlighted schools, you will have received, I believe, a larger file of a phase 1 capital investment plan. Yes. Okay, so those that are highlighted are duplicates, so they show up on both sheets. So your larger sheet here, the highlighted ones show up on both. And so we're making investments in buildings that we're still requiring a deeper investments in. We're just showing the overlap here. So that was a step back, but next is now. Essentially, the decisions that we make now determines what happens next for our students and staff. And certainly, as we think about the workforce and that we contribute mostly to it, it's about our students and our city as well. And so what's our investment? In student achievement, again, investing in infrastructure is investing in student achievement. And so if you want to take a look at the phase 1 capital budget requests, that's about 56 schools across this particular spreadsheet here that you have in your possession. And so it's broken down, and if there are schools that are in your particular area, we've tried to delineate it as such so that you can see the general impact that is in your particular area, but the overarching. And so what I've committed to is just breaking down our capital investments in phases as we think about developing a larger 10 to 20 year strategy for capital investments. And so, of course, that work takes a little while longer. We are, just halfway through, if you will, received about 101 reports or 101 assessments of the buildings out of 201 facilities, meaning our third party, Bureau Veritas, has gone into 101 buildings of 201. And from that, we've received 88 reports. So what that means, we're able to take a look at the FCI score and generally get an understanding of which schools we would have to have a new build, which schools which would obviously be made as a recommendation to either repurpose, to merge in some spaces as we make the real decisions that I'm not afraid to make in terms of a recommendation to our school board for consideration and how we better serve our students as we understand that it certainly requires the same amount of investment to turn on the lights at a school where there are 76 children as it does to turn it on at White Station High School where there are over 1,000 students. And so generally speaking, you're looking at just 56 that we prioritize based on the enrollment of students there. So you see Germantown is prioritized first, not because it's Germantown, but when you have 2,000 or so students in a building plus staff, when we're talking about fire life safety, then we're placing that many students and staff at risk each day that we have not made the building reach its code. And so the left side just prioritizes it. Some of that shifts just based on the day-to-day, needs and what's taking place in our buildings. But certainly that's where we exist right now as of 10:17 a.m. this morning. And then you see the cost. You see an age of buildings. You see the description of the project. You see the chronic absenteeism rates that are associated with these schools. We've given to you the school letter grades so that you understand the performance as well. And also the utilization. For the most part, most of our buildings are above, 50% utilization in terms of capacity. And then you see a total cost to the right. And then we've offered some risk and implications if we're unable to address these immediate needs. So this does not compare to phase 2, which would be presented and would present just as equally, concerning needs. If you're, we're okay? Okay. Which would present equally concerning needs in phase 2, and then the overarching plan of just what we would
Madam
need to do.
Superintendent, Councilman Canali, get in the queue. Put you on the bus.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. I
That's
asked
okay.
Tim. Germantown High School, ultimately, we're going to dispose of that, correct?
We have 9 years, yes,
Okay.
per the state.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
No worries. We're good. So on this list, certainly some of these can move, just based on needs as shared, but that's a $96.74 million need here. And so certainly we've asked the city for $25 million, a gentle, request to support not just the needs of the building, but understanding the needs that are connected to these spaces as we're laying it out for you here. You can see that the average chronic absenteeism rate here is 32% across these buildings. We have about 4,000 students with disabilities in these buildings. We're talking about 29,000 students and nearly 4,000 staff that are impacted with an average age of these buildings of 57. And so am I pausing for questions or keeping going? Great. So understanding and grateful for the mayor's inclusion of 15 million in the CIP budget as we think about, just our aligned goals and how we view what's happening in our city as it connects and cascades from, respectively our students and providing for them more things to do that are constructive in safe spaces. That extend before and beyond the hours of school. And so what you see here is our commitment to expanding access to both early and after school programming. And what we mean certainly is expanding the enrollment, but more importantly, if you ask our students why don't they stay after school or participate in more activities, then they lift transportation as a barrier. And so the cost here, we include transportation by adding a late bus, meaning the buses will run their regular routes and then return for an evening pickup to allow more of our students to experience the access to our programs that we're generally seeing an increase in the students, the 7,000 or so that are participating right now, that is run by the Y. And so in these programs, they do receive access to tutoring. And as we think about our percentage of students who are off track and do not read on proficiency or on grade level, 77% of them do not demonstrate proficiency in ELA, another 83% or so not in math. And so we have a grave need, and meeting that requires doubling down on our efforts, and doubling down on our efforts requires keeping our students for longer times throughout the day, but providing for them something that is also fun. And so you see art is included there, as well as access and exposure to additional physical activities. As we address chronic absenteeism at a 28% rate, meaning, just over 28,000 of the 102,976 students, that number has decreased from the number that I mentioned of 110. That's including just non-charter schools in this particular number here. Or, excuse me, this is not non-charter. These are students who have attended more than 50% of the year, which is what chronic absenteeism is based on. So they've been absent at least 10% of the year. Typically, that's about 18 days of a 187 year, just a little more of a 207 school day calendar year. The truancy rate, which is different, is 40%. We're thinking about students here who have 5 or more unexcused absence, and this is for students who enroll at any time for any period of time, which is why that number is higher. And there is some overlap in these students, meaning those students who are chronically absent certainly are truant as well. And so as we think about what we will do to address and attack this, we're committed to attendance agents to support 79 schools. These schools have an absenteeism rate of about 25% or higher, and also committing a dedicated family engagement specialist across the same schools. These are typically our schools, or generally our schools, that the state has designated with a grade letter as D or F on the report card as well. And so on the other side of this, just over $4.2 million investment, we're anticipating certainly an increase in attendance and a reduction in truancy and chronic absenteeism. So we look at our graduation rate. The 2023 graduation rate was 81.5%. Our dropout rate was 14.7%. When we think about the dropout rate, it's directly connected to those students who are generally off track by the end of the first semester of their freshman year. And so what you see here is a commitment to increasing the number of graduation coaches that we have at our high school level. We have 1 across most high schools, and we are increasing that to 2 to 2 graduation coaches with a dedicated commitment to grades 9 and 10 to catch students earlier on and be more proactive in our approach. And so having done this work in previous spaces, this general strategy has worked everywhere that I've been in terms of this investment. In addition to that, you see the attendance agents who will provide the support that is necessary to track students, reach out to families, and have a general understanding of what the barriers are, preventing students from coming to school consistently, but just in general, as we know that certainly student achievement and ultimately the graduation rate is definitely impacted by the number of days that a student spends in the building. In addition to these 2 particular areas, also just committed to enhancing the work of our professional school counselors. As a licensed professional school counselor, I certainly understand this dedicated work as well. And so typically just increasing the number of transcript audits that are performed and certainly just being better about monitoring the progress of our students earlier on and consistently, and even pushing this work back and thinking more about the secondary school level, starting at grade 6 as opposed to grade 9 in terms of our thinking and our approach. This $1.5 million investment, certainly on the other side of it, we anticipate an increase in our graduation rate. So we look at literacy. Generally, as I shared earlier, 77% of students are not proficient. We have not received the results just yet to provide an update, anticipating some growth here. But in pockets of the district, we see some growth, but I think we all agree that pockets of excellence are not excellent. And so as we think about what this general commitment is, it sounds very fundamental and bland because that's what we absolutely have to do is just get back to the fundamentals, and that's reading and writing every day into every class at every campus. That's a non-negotiable for me. But in addition to that, I'll hire a director of literacy who will report directly to me to emphasize the priority of literacy, certainly, but to also do a better job about monitoring our practices so that we're not futile in our, investments and efforts, but we also see the outcomes that we anticipate from the same. Literacy coaches across all schools with a grade letter of D or F is the commitment. And these are, if not certified, certainly highly trained literacy coaches working with national groups like New Leaders and certainly additional organizations who have reached out to provide general support and thinking about how we attract the caliber of individuals who can do this work, not just for a year, but for 3 years, making a 3-year commitment so that we can receive the type of results that we need. Communication, as basic as it is, we haven't been doing our greatest job here, and so it's getting back to the old school of mailing academic progress reports and report cards to our students and our families who have asked for it across the numerous huddles that I've had across the city with different pockets of our community. Increasing communication also includes what we've done on effective, as soon as I was announced as superintendent, is including the literacy level on the academic reports so that you understand you may have all A's, but you're not reading on the respective grade level that you are currently assigned to. Strengthening our family partnership can do a better job about that, and certainly that is requesting and requiring more of our families, and our students shared this as well, that we should ask more of their parents. And so this is a collective understanding, and I am generally confident that parents want to play a deeper role, a greater role. Sometimes it is just how, and providing some of the questions to ask, and generally just being, more proactive as we share out communication about parent-teacher conference days, and generally how to access your teachers, your professional school counselor, and certainly family engagement specialists, and any of the additional resources that we allocate to our respective schools. Being clear on our communication on our website. Generally, we have a little work to do so that it is more user-friendly, so that you can find what you're looking for, who to ask about what. And so that's our overall commitment to communication, but certainly as we think about strengthening family and community partnerships. This $34 million investment, currently there are, allocations for 863 specialized education assistants that might generally shift, but you're looking at the cost for each one is about $32,000. For 104 literacy coaches, you see how much each coach costs there, just over $93,000. And so certainly with a measurable investment here, we do anticipate an increased number of students who demonstrate growth and proficiency. Both are important, as we understand that every student is not going to demonstrate proficiency initially because our deficiencies are so high. And certainly increasing family engagement with a target of at least 80% of families attending at least one conference day.
Hold on. Speaking to the mic, and then we're gonna, we've been blurting out a little bit anyway. So go ahead and. Come on, go ahead. And then we're going to
Thank you,
allow her to
Chair.
finish her presentation, and then we're
Most
going
definitely.
to ask some more questions.
Is this already existing, or this is something you want to implement?
Literacy coaches?
Yes.
So literacy coaches exist in some small numbers. My goal is to expand literacy coaches and the training that they receive. So we have them at least in terms of emphasizing our K-2 space as we focus on early literacy, but there's a general focus across PK through 12 as we think about students entering grade 9, reading on 3rd and 4th grade levels. We have to focus our efforts across the board on literacy. And so literacy coaches across the board for me is most important, but this is the general impact.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman. Superintendent, you can keep it going.
So as we continue with literacy, just expanding our thinking about what literacy means, it's also math literacy for sure. As we strengthen general English and ELA and reading, certainly we will see an increase in improvement in our math literacy scores, but a focus on that is often missing, and so I wanted to underscore that as well. So as I shared earlier, 84% of our students are not proficient currently in math, which is a dreadful percentage of our students as we think about the impact and what that turns into as they transition to the next level. Strengthening support and much of the same math coaches. There's a computer-based math program that our students, that our students lifted that they would like to see expanded in terms of Prodigy, the professional learning for staff. Just overall, math is an area that we all need to be digging into just a little deeper, meaning staff as well as our students, as it's generally the hands-off for sure. And then peer teaching there, thank you. Peer teaching, small group instruction, using peers to support and model concepts. Again, these are some things that were lifted by our legacy builders as well, as they think about their general understanding that they're able to gain just learning from their peers. Implementing a mastery project, and so often we wait for TCAP scores or iReady scores, and so implementing more of our formative assessments, meaning those assessments that we implement where we understand generally where a student is in real time, and we're able to make the adjustments and provide the immediate feedback. And then certainly not to be overlooked, the importance of master scheduling and how we devise the types of courses students take, the hours and minutes invested in the same, and then certainly how we position them for success. So double blocking courses for sure. And these are just some of our peak grade levels, rising 6th grade students, and then certainly again rising 9th grade students as we think about the end of course exams and where they are generally offered. This $1.7 million investment on the other side of it impacts approximately 23,000 students, and certainly we anticipate some increases here. Next level readiness. I think about college and career readiness, CTE, career tech education, certainly military enlistment, all of that for me, instead of boxing students in and branding them in such a way that they feel excluded if they do not gain acceptance to one or the other. We're just thinking about it as next level readiness. We want to ensure that the level of education that they receive as a student with Memphis Shelby County Schools is to such a degree and has such a high caliber that they're armed for success at whatever their next level is. And so what you see here is the pathways that are currently offered, 2 pathways in middle school, approximately 41 in our high school spaces. And so our commitment here is to expand the same programming, increasing our collaboration. I've met with most of our colleges and universities in the local area for sure, and then strengthening our partnership with the Greater Memphis Chamber of Commerce and regional businesses, and this will help us actually track our students as they make these post-secondary transitions, and thinking about persistence. And so when I generally ask for the data of the number of students who actually persist on as they leave the district, that number hasn't really been provided to me, and so it's being able to really think about who we're sending out into the workforce and the world, and what the level of preparation they're receiving here is actually contributing to. And so strengthening those partnerships, and certainly with the Higher Ed Commission, they've reached out as well and are eager to participate and support as well. This $1.1 million investment on the other side of it, we anticipate increasing our externships for our teachers and certainly apprenticeships and internships for our students as we think about carving out that senior and junior year at some point, allowing them to explore and really gain some hands-on experience before they leave, and then certainly expanding and increasing the number of students who can graduate with both their high school diploma as well as associate's degree. And certainly, as we think about inclusive excellence and better serving some of our populations that are generally neglected in our services, not intentionally, but certainly impact matters most over intent. We have approximately 279 students that we're currently serving through Hope Academy, and our service there could serve to be improved and strengthened, just as we think about improving it across the district. Hope Academy is where...
Okay, council members. I'm not going to shout out anymore. Go ahead and answer the question, Superintendent.
Hope Academy is our alternative school where our students who are generally incarcerated are there. They don't leave Hope Academy. And so it is the one place that I do not desire for the enrollment to increase, but it is certainly a space where we do have to invest as well. And so that $1.6 million that you see there is providing the students there access to a laptop just like every other student has, and currently they do not. There are just 2 carts there for nearly 300 students to share. It's also expanding the arts in general, just some programs there so that they can have access to the same type of school experience and educational experience as our other students do, with a general emphasis on social skills as we think about how they and why they arrived where they are, conflict resolution, and certainly investing in our professional school counselors and mental wellness. And so this $1.6 million, as you can anticipate, we just desire to improve and expand the number of courses that we're offering and just provide a general better experience, if you will, to the degree possible in terms of the cry out or the cries out that we've heard from parents and students as well when I made my visit. Talent management, we've made a deep investment in our teachers, and certainly you're looking to do the same across the board as we think about placing our value in those who make the magic happen and do the work. Our new salary schedule is an investment of $28.7 million as we have become or provided the highest starting salary in the state at $50,811. And forgive me, CFO Langston, I forgot the change. But the new teacher salary that was implemented in the fall of last year was a $35 million investment. So over the past 2 years, we've invested deeply, $65 million, if you will. This is about re-recruiting who we have. So no matter what the quality is in the classroom, it's tough to replace instructors and personnel as we think about the nearly 400 or so vacancies that we have at this time that's growing due to retirements. Targeting teacher candidates to support our special education, our multilingual learners and families, our pre-K, and certainly our end-of-course subjects. I emphasize end-of-course subjects here because we currently use proximity learning, which means there is an assistant in the class, but the students receive their instruction from someone who is virtual. And I think we all know what virtual learning did to our students, did to us in terms of just staring at a computer screen or generally looking at a monitor. And so the goal here is to remove and replace those with a certified teacher. That is my main goal. And so that will be the priority is to replace those particular courses with a live person. And we're prioritizing certainly our schools that have been designated as D or F. Overall, I've given you the financial overview, but you're looking here at our enrollment trends. Generally, we are trending higher and upward with an increase of nearly 1,900 students so far. Certainly, some of this is coming from receiving schools who are returning from ASD due to its closure. And those are schools from Fairleigh, Humes, and MLK. And then we've generally experienced some growth in our charter school locations as we think about school choice and the same. And then our university high school will expand. And so they will have rising seniors or grade 11 students in alignment with our MOU. And then finally, that's an overview in terms of large buckets of our preliminary budget. And so certainly it is much to be shared about having a $1.8 million budget preliminarily, if you will, but 51% of that is personnel. And so we're talking about $1.057 billion, right? Just going to personnel off the top. And as we think about our large budget items, custodial work, transportation, utilities, the pass-through to our charter and U of M schools, the 48 or the 43 million in food supplies and equipment, things that we have to provide. We're already at 1.63 billion. And so that 172 million or so that remains, you've seen me commit approximately 88 million of it in just allocations that I've explained to you today. And if certainly that's not everything. And so as we think about the $96 million need that we have just in infrastructure alone, we simply don't have it. And so what I've presented for you is just an overview of our commitments, but certainly the needs. And if we balance the approach and collectively work together, yes, ma'am, and work together and think about how this could look through shared priorities overall, but certainly the overarching outcomes that we seek to obtain through our work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Fagans, for the presentation. Council members, to kind of set the stage, to quote Chairman Jones, we may not be directly in the education business, but we do understand that this body is always in the business of supporting our youth. I know some of the concerns from this body was whether or not us directly supporting the schools would trigger the maintenance of effort. Essentially, it's a legal principle that says the amount of funding we give to our operating the schools is the amount of funding we have to continue for the duration. I spoke to our attorney. He indicated supporting the school infrastructure does not trigger the maintenance of effort. I believe that Dr. Fagan spoke to their counsel. Their counsel also suggested it does not trigger the maintenance of effort. I know what we're waiting on. I'm not sure if the schools made a formal request from the Attorney General to get a written opinion so that we can, put that issue to bed. So I just want to kind of set the stage with that to kind of ease some of the concerns, Dr. Fagans. I guess one of the questions that I have before we go to some of the council members in the queue, what's the, how much funding is allocated from MSES's budget specifically for maintenance? I know there's a significant amount of deferred maintenance. I want to know what level of funding is dedicated specifically for addressing deferred maintenance. Is there a dollar amount we can attribute to that?
In this particular budget?
Yes, in this particular budget.
And so I think we are currently at...
He can join us, Mr. Tito.
I don't want to misspeak because I know we're on the record here.
He's coming, well prepared. Can we give him a seat so I can give him a mic? Councilwoman Chair Robinson. I think you're on the wrong side of this. Go ahead. Name and address for the record.
Tito Langston, 160 South Hollywood, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. So currently in the budget, as you can see, in our capital budget there, that $206 million encompasses 2 new bills, which is about
Where is the 2 new bills?
It's in the $206 million that you see that's on the screen now.
I said the location.
Oh,
the
gotcha. Okay. That is the Northeast Region High School that will replace Germantown High School eventually. That's in Cordova. And then in Frazier as well is the next one. Currently, we get allocations, as one alluded to, from the county commission. This year, we didn't receive any money for deferred maintenance because of the 2 new bills. We do have 2 appropriations before this year. That's about roughly $12 million that we're spending on deferred maintenance, but essentially that's all that we have in capital improvement budgets for deferred maintenance outside of what the superintendent mentioned on one of the slides where you see that we took out $58 million in our own fund balance to do deferred maintenance. So outside of the 58 plus the 12, that gets you to 70. That's what we're currently spending on deferred maintenance.
Okay, I'm going to defer to a couple of the council members. I see a lot of you all are eager to ask some questions. Former school board commissioner, Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that presentation. That was great. I'm loving these plans. All of my kids went to public school. They went to Snowden and they went to Central. So I saw a warrior in the background. Okay, yeah, and a bow tie. Okay, we're good. All right, so, but, one of the things that happened, and this is historical, in, I think, 2008, the Memphis City School Board voted to give up their charter on the 21st of December at midnight, which is the longest night of the year. It's the longest, shortest day of the year. Longest night, shortest day. So when we did that, we essentially gave up, our city school system, and we gave up our funding responsibility. We were the first special school district in the state from 1900. The city founders decided we're not getting enough money for the state. We want to have better schools. So they taxed themselves to have better schools. Okay, we decided somehow in 2008, and I did not vote for this. I voted against it, and I rallied not to do this because I knew what was going to happen. What was going to happen is the county commissioners that were there that said, we'll replace your money, did not do it. So we are not getting the money we need for building schools. And the way that's going to happen is we're going to have to elect county commissioners because we have the most people in the county that guarantee they're going to fund this maintenance of effort that we need for fixing our schools. If you look at this budget here, we've got $206 million in capital improvements. It's all going to new schools. We don't have any of this money going to maintenance right now. Is that correct, Superintendent? Is that correct? This is all a new school build?
Those are all new school bills, correct?
So the county commission has not funded any maintenance of effort or any capital, and they decided since they're building 2 new schools this year, they don't have to. Excuse me, JB?
No, so language matters. So let's not try, let's steer clear from using the term maintenance of effort. And then as it relates to that, you bring up a very good point.
Thank you.
Was there a request from the county commission to increase the funding level to support the deferred maintenance?
Let me talk about that, because what part of the problem is, and we tried to lobby for this when I was on the school board has no taxing authority. In 80% of the communities in our country, the school board sets the school tax rate. And if they're not doing a good job, you vote them off of office and you get someone that will. But here in our system, they have to go begging the county commission to fund the schools. And that's the way it is in the whole state. So, what that does is it puts us at a disadvantage, but we need to know as citizens that when we elect county commissioners and county mayors, okay, that is important that they promise they're going to get rid of this $550, now almost $1 billion worth of deferred maintenance. Because if they don't start doing it a little bit at a time, all these schools are going to fall down. And we know they are. One of the other things, and I heard that you were thinking about doing this, Ms. Superintendent, is that when we were there, we had really clean school buildings, but they were our employees, okay? And someone convinced us that if we just hired a company, somehow we'd save money and we'd still get the same service, and we did not, and we lost a lot of jobs and a lot of people that had good benefits from the school system. It was not a good move. So as this stuff comes forward, I think we need to think about that as community. But what I really liked about your program and what you were talking about, what I want to do with our money, instead of giving it to you for buildings, because I think the county needs to do that, I want to help you with that after school stuff. I want to help you figure out how we can go from 7,000 students to 40 or 50,000 students that we're given after school opportunities and summer opportunities, because I think that's what's missing in our program right now. I think what you're doing here with the money you've got is going to make a big difference. But as far as where we as a city can come in, our $25 million for those buildings is a drop in the bucket of what you need. And what we need is the county commission and the county mayor to step up and say, we're going to get a plan of how we're going to knock this out, and we're going to knock it out in 10 years, which means we've got to raise an extra $100 million a year in taxes, and we're going to have to tax people to do it. So that's what needs to occur, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, and I'm all for trying to help the school systems. I don't think our $25 million for deferred maintenance is going to really make a big difference one time. So I'd rather give all that money for programs that are going to help the kids in the afternoons and evenings, and also help you with your educational functions afterwards. So thank you very much.
All right, so I wouldn't talk too much. I would say this, if I was attending Bartlett High School, they get funding from the county as well, but what their citizens understood is, in order to put our young people in a better position, they decided to support their school district on another level. The same thing goes for all the other municipal governments as well. The county supports it, but also the individual citizens of those municipalities also support it. That's one thing. As it relates to supporting if you look at it this way,
Mr. Chair, could I comment on that?
Hold on.
Okay.
If you look at it this way, if I'm a student out here or a parent out here, I don't care what entity ultimately funds schools. All I want to know is the schools that I go to is clean. All I want to know is the schools that I go to are well lit. They're paying money. They're paying money. It's true that the county should fund on a greater level, but when MATA comes here, I think on the 24th, they're going to ask us for money, but they're also asking the county for money. I think just because the level of funding that we give isn't the level you think we should give doesn't mean we should support it at some level. I just have a hard time believing it. And I understand the arguments for it. I heard several council members, former school board members make a similar argument, but doesn't mean we shouldn't be supporting it on some level. But I totally get it. It's a reasonable argument.
Could I comment? So here's the interesting thing, is in the city, we're 70% of the population. So for every county dollar that we get for education, we got 70 cents. However, the property values in the city provide about 30 cents for every dollar that's collected. Okay, so what ends up happening is you're living out in a suburb out east and you want to build a new school, it's a lot cheaper on your taxes to raise your local taxes a little bit and build that new school. And we don't have the ability to do that based on the income we have in the city. And that's where the rub is, right? So the rub is, we give you this money, but the way we really get the money we need is to raise the county taxes all the way because that's where the money comes from. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you're wrong again. So here's how it works. All right, we have our general operating fund, that's your taxes. But then when we talk about CIP, we're talking about GO bonds. That's how we're supporting the schools. It's two completely different things. Our funds to support CIP projects come from bonds. It's one of the reasons we don't trigger maintenance of effort. So I think what you're attempting to do is compare apples and oranges. We can support the schools at this level and not find ourselves in trouble.
How do we pay our bonds off?
But I'm saying, but it's still bonds. It's bonds. It's not directly impacting our operating budget. I get what you're saying, but it's bonds.
Still, the bonds supported by taxes, right?
But it's bonds.
Yeah.
We're not going to find ourselves in any trouble by supporting with this level. We have other council members in the queue. And Councilwoman White, followed by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman White. Councilman Ford, you in the queue? You in the queue? Yes, sir.
No, she just asked where somebody was. I said they ran away.
The person who ran away, he's a very nice person.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the questions I had was pertaining to if there is on the way some type of infrastructure study to determine the feasibility of the properties that Shelby County Schools currently is holding. And then I'll just tell you just one of my thoughts and concerns in general is just like right now where we're dealing with the city budget. One of the questions is, hey, have we looked over to see what's working well, what's not, what needs to be cut, and how we need to reallocate? And so now that we're looking at possibly funding another entity, I have similar questions in that same vein, because where we're looking at the possibility of raising taxes, you want to look and say, okay, have we really evaluated what we're doing to see if our funds are really going where they're necessary? And so that would be one of the same questions I have for you, and I don't anticipate you answering it right now, but that would be something that I would like to discuss and have a better understanding of in the future, and especially the inventory of school properties that we have, just kind of what the plan is for that in terms of potentially building some type of revenue or some type of new use. And before you answer, I will say your passion is just, it's encouraging. It is very impressive, and just the grasp that you've gotten on all of this material in this short time. And I am very excited about the innovativeness and the creativity that you brought. And I think it's a beautiful touch that you brought young people here. I see a lot of familiar faces. I see Jacoby over there from Central. my little cousin, two of my little cousins here, Jamie J. Lee, my older cousin. I see some people I went to college with, and I graduated from Central. So that was a really great presentation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman White. I can respond just briefly, and then certainly, we'll have deeper conversations with you as necessary and as you desire. But that's one of the many things, just taking a deep inventory and just a broad view, but certainly a deeper view of just where we're allocating our funds, how we're utilizing the spaces that we have, and then certainly revenue. Respectfully, we are in the business of people, and certainly this is an educational organization, but it also stands to be revenue bearing as well. And so certainly that comes from the use of our properties, the maintenance of the same, but certainly the well use of it. And so you will see that I've carved out a real estate department. Doesn't exist, so we will have a real estate department. Someone will lead that work as we think about certainly the general infrastructure plan and capital investment plan that we're seeking to develop overall. But more importantly for me is how do we sustain this so whoever comes next in the next 10 years or so is not in this same predicament. And so we have a good use of our buildings. We have something that is a well-oiled machine. We have a dedicated department to lead the same. And so you will see that come forward. Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. I did hear who come next in the next 10 years. You're leaving us already?
I said in the next 10 years or so.
Okay.
I'm here to see it through.
Inquiring minds want to know.
No, I'm here to see it through.
Yeah.
I'm here until I'm no longer impactful.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. All right, I'm done teasing. All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here and for the presentation. I'm so glad we finally got to meet you in person and really hear from you directly. Read a lot and heard a lot, but thank you so much. I'm very excited about your plans forward, your way forward, and the future of MSCS. Appreciate all that you bring, the breadth of experience and knowledge, and it's very hopeful, answers prayers. So we're looking forward to it. I have a few questions just so I can understand as we move forward. I didn't quite hear the specific answer to, because that was one of my questions, a feasibility study or has that already been done? And do you all have a plan to close some schools, sell some properties, combine some things? And is that reflected in your ask? That's the first question.
Right. So on one of the slides, I think it is, I can find the slide for sure, but I do talk about developing a real estate department dedicated just to that. But in terms of the study, what I mentioned just moments ago is that of the 201 facilities that we have, 101 of those have already been assessed by our third-party Bureau Veritas. And so what they provide to us is that assessment, that multi-page document per building that shares with us, the general structure, the lifespan of it, what the general needs are, if it's a roof, and it gives an FCI score. And so from those scores and just a general report, we take a look at it and make some decisions about what to do next with the building. And so certainly that could be repurposing it. That could be a rebuild, a new build. That could be some renovations. It could be several different things that we take a look at. And so we have about 88 of those 101 reports, with the remaining that still need to be completed by the team. And so we anticipate all of those being finished by November. And so what I did commit to, because I generally understand that's everyone's question, okay, we're tired of hearing about all these needs for facilities. When can we see a plan? And so what I did commit to in writing here is to have something near April of next year. And that doesn't mean that you won't see anything before then. That means something comprehensive where you can see what do we anticipate doing with the 201 spaces that we have, be it administrative, vacant, lots, certainly those that you ride by every day and keep wondering what we're going to do with them. And so that's a general commitment to have something there, to begin to have those community engagement conversations, certainly a little bit before then, but definitely by then.
And the reason why I'm asking is the ask that you put before us, are any of those schools that are likely to be closed or that was on that list included in this ask for any type of funding, maintenance, or HVAC, roofing, anything?
Are there any on the phase one that have HVAC investments?
The list, you said that your properties were assessed and they gave you a list of those schools that need attention. Are any of those on this ask for the money that asking us for?
So of the 101 that have been assessed, because all of them will be assessed, some of these have returned, not all of them. But in terms of taking a look at it to make a clear decision, we have not done that yet.
Okay, all right. And the second question, the schools that, there were some schools that have chiller rental costs. These 3 schools on here, are any of them on that list? Will they be, so if we provide the money, the $50,000-$60,000 go to these schools and then they close next year or the year after?
I think I understand what you're asking. Hey, we make the investment now, and then what happens once we have this general comprehensive plan?
Correct.
How many of those, if any, do you
Is that baked into
anticipate?
this presentation?
I believe that we took that look. We've asked that question, and we're pretty safe, if you will, with this phase 1 that you have before you today, in terms of the investment being good. Meaning they're all good because kids are there, but understanding what you're asking, will any of them be up for closure or repurposing, or generally will we see these funds attempt to be, invested in vain? And I would say the answer to that is no.
Okay. Second question, the ones that you have under the outages and fire safety and all that, are your schools inspected by code?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The next question was the sinus and the seizures and asthma. Is that information based on a report that you all have received?
That the number of how many students we know have asthma, or
as it relates to the infrastructure?
So I receive a report often throughout the day. Each time there are certain incidents that I've asked the team to elevate to me immediately. This being one of them, because generally emergency services has to come to the school. And certainly anytime the red lights show up in front of a school, I'd need to be made aware because no one knows why they're there. And so part of that particular elevation of a crisis, if you will, is seizures. And so, just since April 1st and taking the seat, I've received numerous texts that students had a seizure here. And certainly as the building is hot, or, it's certainly infrastructure related, if I can get to your question. So the report in terms of asthma, we generally have an understanding of the number of students who have asthma, just based on our Power School, our platform.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. One last question. My very last question is your on literacy, because I'm very interested in that and the funding that goes forward. I'm really interested in how it will impact literacy. So the philosophy and approach to improving literacy, I see the read and write every day. I see the slogan and tagline. But what exactly does that mean? Is that phonics, or, back in the day we learned phonics. And
That's
everybody
right.
could read.
That's correct.
Cat and dog and all that. So I'm just trying to understand that piece, because that's what's important to me.
Yes, absolutely. Equally important to me. So thank you for asking the clarifying question. When I say reading and writing every day in every class on every campus, it is because fundamentally that's how we move performance. That's how we see the results that we're looking for, heightening the level of instruction that's taking place every day in our classes. What we're doing, and respectfully, in terms of these commitments, are interventions. They're remedial spaces. And so in order to shift from intervention to innovation, we have to raise the level of instruction that's being provided in every class. And so that's from JROTC to physical education and everything in between. Everyone has to own literacy as their responsibility. And so you will see, and we'll expect to see and hear students reading and writing in all of our classes, just as a fundamental expectation. To your question about phonics, and is it basic? Absolutely. You'll hear students sounding out words and letters as we think about comprehension. So it's one thing to read, it's another thing to be able to comprehend and understand, and another level, if you will, to be able to articulate yourself, as our young student did here today in a very eloquent way, right? And so that's what we're looking to model and mimic across the district, and it requires a fundamental belief and expectation of reading, writing every day, every class on every campus, but also these dedicated approaches to providing literacy coaches as we think about strengthening the number of students who generally have a high level of deficiency.
Great. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Councilwoman. So, Councilman set the stage. The funding request from the superintendent is specifically about infrastructure. So if we can kind of bring our questions in to focus on the purpose of how we're using these dollars, specifically as it relates to infrastructure, and how the infrastructure, building the infrastructure could potentially impact our young people, that would be great. All right, and next in the queue is Councilman Canali, followed by JSW and then Green. Councilman Canali's out the queue. Councilman Ford, you know I won't forget you, sir. Councilwoman JSW.
Thank you, Chair. With all of the needs of the school, I was just wondering, are we thinking outside of the box and really pulling in some community support? We have adopter schools when it comes to student programs, but it would be great to have some adopter school when it comes to infrastructure. I know even when I was at a school, I would have parents donate things as little as wax, paint, however. But is there something that we can do to maybe have a asking or request?
I think what you're asking me, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, good evening to you, is have I been professionally begging across the city? And the answer to that is yes. I am a pro at presenting a need and an ask and connecting it to, who will be mostly impacted. And so had huddles, business huddles, more than 235 businesses were present. Nonprofit huddle will come up. I've met with the philanthropic community, small group, and so stretched myself across the space, if you will, to share the same needs that I'm sharing with you, that I've shared with County Commission, because all of it is about our students, and it's a very public need, a very public ask. And so short answer is yes. In terms of how they can partner is what we plan to roll out on the other side of this transition, to be very clear about what that can look like. And so it is as simple as donating, small items that can make a big difference. And it is as big as thinking about naming rights. And so what you can see is the forward room of whatever, or, even if you wanted one, I mean, I am not opposed to whoever wants to donate the funds to actually help us to meet this need, because it will require some very innovative thinking.
Did you say the J. Ford Canali room?
That is correct.
It does have a nice ring to it.
One more.
Glad you're thinking about it.
One more question, Chair. When she was talking about truancy, how much does truancy and absenteeism affect our dollars from the state?
So the general count in terms of TISA, I'm going to let the CFO just run it down because he has it in the front of his head. So he can just go really quickly.
Word of the day, brevity.
So, Councilwoman, to answer your question, it's a big it's how we get funding in the district. So enrollment is what counts, and then attendance as well. So we get funded through TISA, the funding formula for the state for enrollment, and then for attendance with the county.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, follow up to that. Just a quick follow-up.
Hold on. Business operations. If it's about literacy, I'm going to use this thing right here. Business operations. Focus. Specific. Brevity.
Chair.
Are you doing, Councilwoman?
Oh, one more thing.
So that's number 3.
Just a response of Councilman Warren, because he talked about after-school programs. But children are not lined up to go to after-school programs. You cannot beat the investment of investing in teachers and good first teaching. Thank you.
Legitimate question. All right, Councilwoman Green, and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton Walker, Ford, and Michael and Easter Thomas. That is my fault. I apologize, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I think your hand was up a long time ago, but blame anyone but me. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Superintendent, I want to applaud you for your straightforwardness here at the start. I really do appreciate someone being upfront and honest with us about where things stand. I also want to applaud you for the commitment to our educators and to paying them their worth. Again, as somebody who lived through the pandemic, I know very clearly, and have 3 small children, what they're worth. To your budget and your proposal, it looks like we have 101 of our buildings assessed and only 88 reports from those 100 plus schools that have been assessed, and there's 201. So we're halfway through the assessment, but not all the way through with reports. And we don't think it'll be done until April of next year. Is that all
So the reports, we anticipate having those last ones by November. What I've
Okay.
committed to is having some sort of comprehensive plan for the general community to react to and begin to speak and think on by April of next year.
So I guess in what you have already, you've already identified $96.7 million in needs. And you've broken them down for district. I appreciate that. But it is still not clear to me where, if we were to invest $25 million into the schools, they would go. And I am not clear that you fully have that answer when we're only halfway through the assessments. And I will just be straightforward with you. It's problematic to the city council. I don't want to speak for all of us, that Germantown's at the top. It's not a city school that's at the top of the list. So I guess what I'm asking is, what can we see before we commit our budget dollars to what the 25 million will actually go to? Not a list of things it could go to, but what will it actually go to and how that was prioritized?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Green. And so certainly as a leader of transparency, I would commit to sharing with you exactly where the investment would go, the dollar amount, just as you see it laid out here. I think with respect to the prioritization of the needs here, it is literally based on life and death, for lack of better words. I think when we have the number of students and staff that we have in a building like Germantown, we can call it ABC school if we'd like to, but that school itself, when we think about fire and life safety, we've just ranked it for that reason. If the city were to make the investment and the investment were to go to priorities 5 through 25, and that's where the money goes, then that's where the money would go. Not opposed to being very clear and being respectful of and honoring the ask of where the investment should go from the body who would make the investment. So what I'm sharing in short is I would take your ask and ensure that we are able to meet it, but certainly where those dollars would go, you would see them. And then on the other side of it, receive the thanks for.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I do hope that I believe investing in our schools. I'm a product of White Station High School, Onward Spartan, and public schools, and my kids are at White Station Middle, be at White Station High School next year. I believe in our public schools and believe in investing in them. And you know, to the point of other council members, the suburban districts did invest in their schools. They did raise taxes to do that. And so we need to make sure that caveat was in there too. But I have been in Tresvent and I have been in Collierville. And I know that when kids walk into those two different buildings, they feel two different ways. They feel like their community cares about them or they don't. And so I want to be a place where people and families and children feel like we care about them as a council, as a school board, as a community. But I do have to be a good steward of our public dollars. And again, I'm just not clear right now where the investment you're asking for would go. I'm also not clear where the $25 million number came from, because it feels like a number came and now we're doing reports to figure out where that would number go, as opposed to the other way around. And so if you'll speak to that a little, like where this number came from, and then, you know, if you're going to leave it up to the 13 of us to figure it out, or if you are going to give us some prioritization before we have to decide this budget at the end of June. Hopefully before the end of June, those two things.
So I think your 2 points of clarity that you're seeking is A, how did we arrive at the 25 million, and B, how can we assure you that whatever the investment is and the commitment is, which we hope is the full 25, how do we assure you that it goes where we say that it will go? Are those the 2 points?
Yes to the first one. The second one, just, you know, who's going to pick where the 25
Got
goes?
it. So the 25 million, respectfully, is how much can we ask for and not get told no? Just honestly, I think, you know, if I were to make the ask for the full amount, because there's a full amount here and the needs that exist in this phase 1 are real, and they impact, you know, 20-something thousand students and nearly 5,000 staff. And so the need that exists of 96 million is the need. The ask is general understanding of the historical context of the space in terms of the city and its relationship or lack thereof, if you will, with the district. And so with an understanding of starting small, developing relationships, establishing rapport, while also honoring that this is an opportunity for us to collectively create a better way forward. I wasn't here when this took place. Many of you were not, and so collectively, I believe that we can do something different and establish a better way forward with an understanding that collaboration has a real look to it. And so when I share with you that we can make these decisions together, it is not just here on the record, it is in good faith. That if you take a look at it and you decide that Jeter K8, number 15, just because it isn't number 1, you'd like for us to make, that $2.6 million investment because the roof is necessary, then we start there and then we go until we get to whatever the amount is that is committed. And so I think me telling you how many or which schools is what I've tried to do with this phase 1, but there's just so many. I mean, I could really give you all 201 spaces and tell you that a need exists, give you the amount, and you would still have the same question. I'd still have to give you the same answer. Like, we'd have to come at it together, break it down in phases because we know we can't meet all the needs simultaneously. And I think that's the heartburn for me, that each day we have these conversations. Students go back into these schools tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And each day this roof is not replaced. It is an opportunity, as Dr. Warren said, for our schools to start crumbling down, and they will, as you look at the average age of the buildings. So, I mean, my focus is more so on let's getting across the table, if you will, on the other side of a commitment and really having the type of conversation that I think you're interested in having about which schools, and then we move the work forward. We are still generally committed internally, for sure, moving some things around to make the commitments where we need to, and then still professionally begging on the other side to make the ends meet.
What I'm going to do to make this easier on some of the council members, I'm going to have Brooke send out an email, and we're going to get some of your priority schools in your district so we can kind of set the plan for the superintendent. I know there's ways that we can put conditions on any funding that we ultimately, or if we decide to give the money to schools to address any infrastructure concerns. I think that will appease both the superintendent and this body. All right, council members, it's 6:38. The word for everyone, even some of the long-winded answers we received, brevity. All right, so Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you haven't been in the queue today. Look, I'm proud of you. I am so proud.
Yeah, that's a compliment because I'm always in the queue. Thank you. Superintendent, I want to applaud you for your courageousness. You inherited a mess, a hot mess. When I look into this audience and I look in these babies' faces and I look at their parent who's here with them, it breaks my heart to see that we have to be sitting here in such conditions that we are in. Councilwoman Logan took a couple of my questions because I had a young man to die of asthma attack at one of the schools. And when we talk about prioritizing and priority and what school should get what and who should get what and what school in Germantown and Trezevant, and we look at that, I don't even know where to begin or where to start. In June of 2023, I think there was an interim superintendent that brought out, begged, pleaded on some things that were going on, and the children were never prioritized. I would contact her if I was you, just to give an ear to hear what she has to say. Matter of fact, I'll send you the TV interview of her comments and what it said. I think the entire school board need to be revamped, your bosses, because they have dishonest to these babies and to this city. You and I are going to meet Friday, and I'll fill you up with a little bit more then. But I want to thank you for what you're doing and having the courage to bring all this and lay all this out in front of us $25 million ain't gonna put a dent in anything. But you ask. And I'm sure there's a greater number I'm sure you could bring before us as well. I pray and I hope to God that this city dirty laundry is out and we can finally get it right for these babies. These are my future. That young lady there, I applaud you. Wonderful and amazing presentation. To even have the courage to sit before these grown folks here and present the way you did. Kudos to you. And I wish you well wishes. And I pray that you come back to this city and give back. I have another question. That's why I was quiet. How many students are not registered? Are you aware that are not actually registered in the Memphis City Schools? Do you have a number?
Yeah, I don't remember the number right now, but it's a large portion of students who have not re-enrolled yet.
How much dollar amount do you lose for truancy and absentee? Do you have that figure?
So, Councilwoman, to answer your question, we get about $7,075 per student for state funds, but when you include state and county funds, it's on average about $12,000 per student. So, whatever the number that's unenrolled times that $12,000 per student, that would be the number.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. I pray we get it right this time. I don't know what the $25 million will do. Looking forward to the future email that you'll send out detailing. I pray for our babies. They're beautiful faces out there. They're here with us. Kudos to you all standing to 7 o'clock with us.
You said 7 o'clock. That means we got 17 minutes.
Yes,
so
and
you know.
a chair.
Listen, if y'all get,
I yield the floor and thank you.
You know, we can go home. But all right. So we have Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Walker in the queue. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your presentation. I wish a portion of this money requested could be used to promote the school system in a way that it has not been before on multiple platforms. Marketing, promoting the value of education and the practical applications of education and reading with an emphasis on reading, and I'm saying reading and not literacy because a lot of people don't even know what we mean when we say literacy, and that's problematic right there. So that was my comment, and my question, the sharing plow building that the school board had purchased, does the school board still own that property?
The school system.
The school system.
You said sharing plow?
Mm-hmm, the old plow building on Jackson.
The Bayer building? We do own the Bayer building. Is that the same?
Okay, what's
She's
this?
new to Memphis.
Well, he's
And I'm old to Memphis, so you see what I called it.
But like, what are you talking about? You know.
If it's the Bayer building, yes.
Okay, so what's the status of that property?
So the Bayer building is currently being enhanced. I did visit the building and get an understanding of what the intentional or the initial, use was desired to be. I think it's a good space. It will require a heavy investment, but the investment will come one way or the other.
So before any investment is done, can that property be inspected for environmental hazards?
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes,
I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Walker. You mentioned promoting the schools. There's a young lady in the back. I think she's doing a phenomenal job. Stephanie Everson Phillips, she's in the back. That's why she's here. All right, she has a fan here. All right, so Councilman Ford, Met, and JSW.
I'll be very brief. I'm looking at the schools that you have on this list. Your assessment that you have, I don't see 5 that I know of on here. So how many other schools are there that should be on this list? I know you're still assessing the different schools, but how many have you come up that's not on this list right now? Because I know 5 schools that's not on here.
I'm going to say just about all of them. They're just coming in waves, if you will. This phase would change if we had access to all of the buildings.
Right, because I know John P. Freeman is one school.
Yes.
Yep, and they've been asking for a long time. They need chillers. Not only that, they need windows. Yep, so that's one.
Yes, sir.
You know, and I can name quite a few others.
Yes,
but
sir. The absence
that's
of the
why I
school
said-
does not indicate there's not a need. Yes,
there
sir.
you go. That's what I just need to know because, hey, that would bring that number up quite a bit more. And these schools really need it, the ones that we have. Before we build a school now, I'm kind of on that. Hey, don't build nothing, just fix what we got right now, and down the road, we can come back next year for this. Because we're going through a crunch. I mean, we got to do some different things. So, I mean, hey, we had started doing that. I mean, let's do what we need to do, but where we can have the money to take care of what you need right now. And then next year, once we improve and get things back to rolling right, then we can do what we need to do again. Okay? Appreciate
right.
you. Thank you very much. I'm through, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ford, also known as the Undertaker. Who we have in the queue? We have Councilman Misha Thomas. You in the queue, young lady? Oh, hold up. Hold up. Madam Doctor, Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Superintendent and team. And firstly, just shout out to the parents and the students and the staff who are here with us today. I think it was very smart, to bring the faces of the district into our faces. So shout out to whoever told you to do that on your team. But thank y'all for just being here and giving reminder, right, of what we're looking at in the presentation. A lot of my questions were answered from other colleagues. I had three leftover ones that deal with the overall our considerations of what you're asking. As far as us investing in CIP dollars for the properties of the school, have there been any conversations around when we do get to a point in April where we see what schools are merging, what schools are closing, for the city to get some type of first right of refusal for properties and look at how we can reinvigorate our neighborhoods when we have a closed or abandoned school. And you don't have to, go too in-depth with that, but I think that that's a conversation that we need to have as two legislative bodies of how we're looking at properties that ultimately, when a school is closed, not only does it just impact the kids and the families around it, but it impacts the blight in the whole way that a neighborhood operates after that. So have there been any conversations around how the city can get a hold of school properties?
I think in terms of getting a hold of school properties, probably
ownership,
not.
Right.
Probably not
the ownership.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Probably not the language that the mayor used, but we did have conversations about, prioritizing and having that commitment to assessing for sure all of our properties, but certainly the vacant ones, as you mentioned, blight, and just the general eyesores that exist, and then just vacancies and what those do for a neighborhood and a community. So that conversation certainly on the table, and the emphasis on the same in working with the urban planner for the city as well. In addition to that, you see the creation of the real estate department for that very reason, so that we have our focus on just that. We do have some prime property. I'm not sure that ownership, if you will, has been a decision just yet. I won't say that it's not a possibility, and certainly the conversations on the other side are certainly welcome as we get to that part of the conversation and the assessment phase and the creation of a comprehensive facility plan.
Okay. Thanks for that. And I guess we'll ask the mayor administration what they're feeling on that, because I'm just thinking about as we're leading into more conversations with you all and your funding need and what we have and what we're seeing in our neighborhoods, how does it look like how we can really conjoin and really help our neighborhoods together? And for me, I see that as part of us having some sort of say in these empty buildings that we will probably be seeing more of once you all get done with the
Yeah, I think to speak
report.
a little more specifically to it as we think about whatever would come, I mean, I do, anticipate that there will be some repurposing of buildings. Ideally, what we like to do is communicate what that purpose would be at the same time with the community, just to demonstrate to the community, the city, that there is an investment still being made, as we know that when we remove a school from a space, we're taking away its space, a lot of the experience for sure, but a general impact on the infrastructure and the economic impact as well. And so all of that being considered, certainly collaborative conversations are available of what that could look like.
Okay. And then also, I don't think we brought it up. But it's mentioned in one of the slides about the university school expanding to 11th grade. How does the state campus school bill impact you all's finances? With the university school becoming their own district, how does that impact you all? And then how is this going to be seen with
Sure.
Come on now, Warren.
So that did pass, and I've been in conversation with Dr. Parrish and the University of Memphis in terms of what that will look like, and still in those conversations. I think what's safe to say is, it's about 862 or something like that, 900 students, not quite 1,000 just yet, but certainly, as we know, funds are attached to enrollment, and so that will be a general decrease. I think that our increase in our enrollment might provide an offset, if you will, as we think about the 1,800 or so that we are receiving, and so certainly that might balance it out and wouldn't be such a toll, but I think anytime we lose students, we're losing students. We're losing just a general positive impact that serves to strengthen our narrative as we work to do the deeper and harder work. But certainly, to answer your question, there will be an impact financially.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, what is you all's long-term goal for city funding? Have you all thought of a dollar amount, tax rate?
I have not thought about a dollar amount. What I shared with the mayor is the general ask here exists right now during his 4 years. And what that looks like after that, is just when we get there. I think just generally trying to tax the city is not the desire. For me, it is about just having an alignment and a collaborative opportunity to do good work at an amount that, ultimately makes sense based on the needs that presents themselves. We're in this season right now, and so this season has a need, and each season will have a different need in terms of finances to meet a different outcome. Right now, we're centering infrastructure because it is the obvious greater need and the one that has been, delayed for quite some time. And so the more we delay it, the higher it costs us, the more it costs us. And so in terms of a long-term need, I have not discussed that even with the team, just hasn't generally been my thinking.
So if we were to approve the acts that the mayor has put in his budget of 15, you all wouldn't come back for another while the mayor's still here?
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that is the need that was asked for right now, the 25 million, and what he's committed to in the CIP is the 15. I think that as we move forward, it would be a continued ask of both the city and the county as the public school system that exists for the same. What that dollar value looks like, I just don't have.
Okay. Yeah. I would say, I won't speak for anyone, but I think that if this isn't the last act, that the team should be thinking about, you said don't say maintenance of effort, but I think the team should be thinking about what does that city support to the school system look like, especially if you're going to be coming back every year, right, for increases to CIP, if we're talking about just focusing on infrastructure. This isn't something you got to answer to now. You don't have to, but I'm just saying that if we're going to continually do it just with that, then it may be worth it to think about how does the city get into supporting its schools. And in my eyes, it would better behoove our neighborhoods and our students and our families if we could have some sort of trajectory plan about how do we plan to get us all back then conjoined together. Multiple council members talked about cities in finding an increase in funding to be able to support what they thought was important, which was schools. And if we're gonna get asked every year, then obviously this is important. So I'm just asking that next year, after April, we get the report that you all said is gonna have the determinants of the mergers or the closures. And I'd like to see, if you don't have it before then, but just how are we looking at long term? Because if we're gonna talk about this every year, then obviously this is something that we need to consider on a larger scale, something that makes more sense for a budget approving body.
So, Councilwoman, and congratulations, Dr. Easter Thomas. I do want to say that this is the commitment for just the next 4 years, as I wanted to honor and respect the mayor's commitment to just his term. And so this is just the ask for the next 4 years. And as we establish a relationship, I think that, we'll take its course just organically.
Yeah. If you come back next year, Andrea, I'm gonna ask you the same thing.
Okay. All right. So,
but thank you, Superintendent.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Easter Thomas. So, I just want to. I think we figured out at the end within this year's CIP budget is a $3 million ask, and every year the superintendent's going to have to come back. Although the mayor presented a $15 million ask to this body, every year we're going to have to come back and improve whatever funding amount he has toward that $15 million. So it's not $15 million this year. Every year she's going to have to come back and have the same conversation, similar to what we have with any other entities on the outside, like MATA. No, not 15 million every year. 3 million this year, and it's going to slowly scale up next year. But that's similar to every other entity that we fund using CIP dollars. We hear from River Parks all the time. Yes, we do. That's a whole nother issue. We hear from MATA.
Chairman, the ask was $25 million, though.
I know.
To be clear.
I know. But to set the stage for this body, and one thing that I had to consider, because I took a trip to MATA today, and I was trying to figure out how we allocate funding for entities like MATA using our CIP dollars. And what I was quickly reminded was the fact that every time we substitute something in, some of the city-owned assets are not addressed. I think that's something we should consider as we have these conversations throughout. We always have to take that into consideration. And the superintendent's right. The ask was $25 million, but what we get today, and it was a very bold ask. What we get today as it relates to the CIP budget is a $3 million funding request from the mayor. I think we're almost done, and if I don't look at you, blame Meredith, because it's almost 7 o'clock. All right, Councilwoman JSW. Okay, can I just say what you want to say? No. Okay, go ahead.
We have all of these wonderful children here. I would just like to ask one of the children to come and share.
She really wants to.
This young man right behind.
She really wants you. I just know it.
We're talking about maintenance. We're talking about the buildings. If he could just kind of share.
She wants you to share
from a student's perspective.
Essentially, your report that you gave at the share the same thing. We know about your backpack, so
why
go tell them
here.
again.
It's one thing to see it in writing. It's one thing to see a spreadsheet. Can you let him have your seat, please, sir? Thank you. And for the record, if you would tell us your name and your address, and then tell us, just your name. Okay, just your name. Okay, and then just share some of the concerns that you have for your building. Why is it important? Why do we need to address some of these issues?
Okay, my name is Kevin Taylor from Kingsbury Middle.
Okay, Kingsbury.
All right. So we're talking about some of the maintenance and some of the needs of the school. And just from a student's perspective, what are some of the things that you're experiencing that you think that we need to address?
So something that I'm experiencing is maybe sometimes I'm tripping on broken tiles that's in the floor. And it's embedded in the ground, so you can't just lift it up. It's in the ground. Sometimes I've tripped on it, hurt my knee. And something that we need to focus on are like the ceilings. Like some of the tiles are missing. It's more cracks than any, it's like cracks all in the ceiling. It's like you look up, you will see at least 3 cracks. Each room, you will see at least 3 cracks in the ceiling and in the floors. I think we need to improve on more basically on the ceiling, because the ceiling, sometimes I feel like it's about to collapse and I don't want anything to happen to me or anybody else in the school building. So I think the ceiling is the main problem that we're work on.
What about some of the cleanliness in your school?
Clean. So we have a lot of janitors, but I mean, it's really hard to clean up 40 years of dirt. And back then, I was told that they didn't really have a lot of janitors. But we have a lot of janitors. They do terrible, in my opinion. They hardly clean the bathrooms. They don't clean the classrooms because you walk in some classrooms, there's paper on the floor, drinks everywhere, food everywhere. You don't supposed to eat or drink in the classroom.
All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I enjoyed your presentation last time. Thank you, Councilwoman Swearinger, for being mindful that young people are in this space, so we should give them opportunity to share their thoughts and concerns. Councilman Logan, we're going to let Dr. Warren close us out, and then I'm going to ignore everyone else, and we're going to end this meeting. All right. Go ahead. All right, Dr. Warren, close us out. Give me the closing remarks and benediction.
Okay, well, I think this was an incredible presentation. I would really thank all the parents and kids and the superintendent and her staff. We obviously see there's a dramatic need for a lot of things in our school system. And, you know, we all know it starts in the schools. That's where our community is going to come from. It's very important, but we have to remember that as citizens and as a council, if we take over and do what the county commission is supposed to do, we're going to be taking the brunt of the amount of money that needs to be raised on the poorest people that have the least ability to raise the money. So what I want to do is I want to work with you to try to help make sure that we get this money from the county commission to do this. And, you know, and we'll see what my colleagues say about the rest of this. I really am gung-ho about these after-school programs where teachers are involved and we've got the school system functioning. That's something that I think is going to make a big difference in our crime rate and keeping our kids safe and alive, because we've had too many kids from our school system that have been killed and by other kids, and we've got to do something to stop it. And those after-school programs, I think we can help you with, and I'd like to see that happen. And then I want to see what we can do to make sure people understand it's the county commission that needs a 10-year plan for $100,000 a year for 10 years to fix this problem. And we as citizens have to make sure that we hold their feet to the fire. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. So I will say Dr. Warren is right. Our county commission needs to step up and do more to support schools, but